Hello, everybody! Welcome back to a Westerosi weekend. We are coming at you live with the Sea of Spears, which is our game based on a Song of Ice and Fire RPG from Green Ronin, based on the world of A Song of Ice and Fire / Game of Thrones by George R.R. Martin, and 7.5 seasons of HBO's fantastic programming. We are glad to be here. We are running a campaign based on a home house of our own creation of mixed Dornish and Valyrian blood, House Nemerian of Wyvern's Rest, who is currently knee-deep in what I've described as the wedding arc, as we're handling betrothals with the siblings and some of their childhood friends and allies, and they are building bridges and forging alliances with other houses all over Westeros, and they're currently doing kind of a tour because they went all up the east coast of Westeros and then up through the Riverlands to a wedding at the Twins, where everything was fine and calm and peaceful as they rode away. And then they coming down the western coast on their way to Highgarden in the
I got a good feeling about that place.
Right, yeah, everything's gonna be good up there. Everything's fine in the Riverlands.
A lot of wolves.
So now they're on their way to Highgarden in the Reach, but these last few episodes they have taken a bit of a break, and we have a brief kind of segue into Lannisport, which is the biggest city in Lannister lands, here in the Westerlands, the seat of power of the wealthiest, and some would argue, perhaps the most powerful house in the Seven Kingdoms. They are famously wealthy, and Cersei Lannister is currently the queen of Westeros. But the kind of second string of House Lannister, the younger brother of the Warden of the West, is hosting a tournament here in Lannisport. So we are now hanging out at this tourney and looking to get into some trouble. So we're doing some jousting and some archery contests, and we are negotiating marriage matches and juggling some of those around. So we've got some intrigue, some drama, some discussion, some kind of romance. What passes for romance in Westeros. We've got old friends hanging out that showed up because it's a tourney and they like tourneys, and tourneys in the Westerlands are always even more generous with the coin for the winners and stuff. So yeah, we're having a good old time. All right, we got Bad Nug showing up. 11 months. I'm gonna thank Bad Nug, not the rest of you guys, because you guys are here in the game. But thanks, Bad Nug, as always.
Rusty makes us show up.
Thanks, Bad Nug.
Yeah. Which reminds me,
he beats us cold cups.
I have 2 audiobook promo codes for my Shadowrun work. 2 of my books came out in audiobook this last week. I have 2 promo
Rusty,
codes to give
do you
away.
stuff with Shadowrun?
Yeah, I've played it a few times. I'm passingly familiar with that game world.
You know there's elves in it?
I've heard. So, Bad Nug, for the record, you are just going to outright get one of these promo codes. So message me later on, and I will send you one for your constant and unrelenting support of the channel. But whatever not player character seizes the Iron Throne or subscribes or hypes or whatever next, you will also get a promo code for Audible for a Shadowrun audiobook. So yeah, this is US and Great Britain only, I'm afraid. Mostly because I'm a racist, but also because the promo codes...
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
The promo codes are only for the US Audible or Great Britain, the UK
Only for the
Audible.
Empire and the colonies.
Yes, yeah.
One day I was like, hey, Rusty, what about other races? And he goes, I don't care for them. I knew it. I fucking knew it then.
Like, well, it's true that they would need an audiobook more than most.
Oh my god.
Even though I know you're joking, I'm still like,
Right?
oh.
That's how this works. If Robert says something to make me sound bad, I quadruple down
He just
to
turns
make
into it.
make him uncomfortable. That's how this
He's
happens.
gonna put his KKK hood on, and we're all gonna be like, wait, why did he
Yeah.
have that?
We should not have made that joke. Rusty has turned it on us. Wait, where did he get that from? Yeah. But yeah, so got some Shadowrun stuff to give away. So they didn't say I had to give it away to Shadowrun fans that I knew from Shadowrun stuff. So like I gave one away to a Patreon backer. Give a couple away on Twitter. Give it some way on here. You know, whatever. Once they give me the promo code, it's mine. I can do what I want with it. So
You want to say audio books are fucking fantastic. It is.
Yeah.
I'm very pleased they've been doing more of those.
and the voice actor for it, the dude's legit. Like this isn't an audio book where it's just like feeding it into the robot, translator voice or something. It's really pretty good stuff. I
Was
have yet.
I too Scottish, Rusty?
No, this was the because like some people actually do audiobooks where it's just like a generic, text to voice
Ooh.
robot thing, and I'm like, that would be the worst. Like I would be upset if they did that with my work, right? Like I would be like, no, I would rather read that than like have it just be that sort of robot bullshit. Anyways, though, so just another giveaway for the next non-bad nug, non-player character in chat that does the cool thing. You will get an audiobook for free, whether you like it or not. Which brings us back to the game. We left off last week's last episode. Time is a blur to me. It just doesn't count.
Theoretical.
Yeah.
Lunchtime doubly so.
Yeah. So we had a couple of jousts go down where you guys are guests in their home in Lannisport and then started beating up their loyal bannermen and family members, as I call Luke with Sir Amory Lorch and Bela with Sir Stafford Lannister.
I could not have got a fucking better match. I think.
Yes,
I loved it.
I was thrilled at
I
that
mean, in
random
character,
number.
it's pissed
Yeah.
Luke off completely, but I love it. And
It felt good, didn't it?
we'll see what happens.
So once again, chat, we'll be using numbers from you guys when the time comes. When we get back to the joust, you guys will be supplying me with random numbers that will decide who they are jousting against, up to and including the likes of the Mountain That Rides and long-running NPC in this campaign, Sir Oris the Aurochs. So your random numbers could be trouble, or it could also be fun. So we had some jousting going on. We kind of had a warm-up on the archery range as a minor Lannister relation, Lord Joffrey Lannister of Lannisport, who was the master of lists, was disdainful and insulting towards everyone's favorite Robert, little Robert Frey. Yeah, you heard me. I said it. So yeah, that turned into a bit of an archery contest to show off. So we had some archery going on, and we had some jousting, and we had Rhaena talking to all the Real Housewives of the Westerlands, and trying to get a bastard niece of theirs as a handmaid to take her away from the Westerlands and give her a better life in Dorne, where being a bastard doesn't matter as much, being a woman doesn't matter as much, and she could be, pretty cool down there. Or, if nothing else, she could still just live as girly and feminine a life as she wants to, but on a little bit better terms, because being a bastard isn't as large an issue. So they're in negotiations, and there's some proposals and some counter proposals floating through the air there. And that was basically where we left off. was with kind of, we're going to say, just the end of that first day. There's not as many individual jousts on the first day of a tourney because the idea is kind of for everybody to get to go once. So there was a lot of standing around and waiting and watching and that sort of thing. But we're just going to go ahead and cut to end of the day. You guys are all back at your tavern you're in the common room, kind of going to be comparing notes on your day, let's say. So let's just kick it off there. Let's go. You've got Sir Oris the Aurochs in attendance. You've got Sir Lynn Corbray, who people are pretty sure they saw him show back up here at the inn, but he does not linger in the common room to be sociable. To be sociable. I was going to say to be sociable. Yes, I made a new, shorter word for people that aren't being very sociable.
Yeah, I do recall you saying that he was like purposefully avoiding.
Yeah,
pretty much everyone.
Some people, and let's say we've got Tyrion Lannister also hanging out because he's just fun to have around. So he's hanging out and drinking with you guys, and has brought a sampler of wines from throughout the Westerlands that he can't wait to criticize alongside his snooty wine snob Nymerian friends.
We can do that for sure.
Yeah. So with that, let's take it away with whatever PC wants to be talking about stuff.
Luke is definitely going to be a little more standoffish than normal. I will be just kind of off to the side drinking.
I had a good joust today.
Yeah,
it was a nice hit on a Lannister and knocked him right off.
Did any gold fall out?
I didn't check to see.
That's excellent.
Well, I mean, it did for me, but purely through betting.
Real quick out of character, who was it that Bela jousted against?
Stafford Lannister.
Stafford, thank you. Like it was in one ear and out the other as we were going through other things.
Yeah.
Poor Stafford. Everyone gets that a lot.
Stan Lan.
And
I'm a Lannister, damn it! Who are you again?
Yeah. He, as a reminder, he is the cousin by blood and brother-in-law to Tywin Lannister. Tywin married Stafford's sister, who was Tywin's cousin, which is normal by Westerosi standards.
That's where the kids got it.
They draw the line at siblings, which the Targaryens are all about, but for everyone else, like, cousins is fine. But yeah, so he is the brother cousin to Tywin Lannister.
Slippery slope, Tywin.
And his son, Davin, was the topic of some of the conversation with you today, Reyna.
Right.
It's his wife, Miranda Lannister, was talking to you about Davin and the sisters. So he's that happened to be the guy that that Bela whooped on with a lance was,
Davin's dad.
the father. Yeah.
Is
Bela.
Sir Davin on the lists?
In the joust.
Yeah.
Oh yes, absolutely. And he is no mountain that rides, but he is known to be a fine knight that routinely spars with his cousin Jamie.
Did he get
impressive.
a tilt today?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say like everybody did.
Yeah.
Anybody that wants to in chat, give me a number between 1 and 39. In fact, everybody in chat toss one out, and that's how I'll handle any rerolls that are needed. So just give me some random numbers here. All right, we got an 11, we got a 17. All right, 17 was already taken, Robert. That was Sir Amory Lorch, as I'm sure you don't recall because it was a random number 2 weeks ago. But
He
yeah,
sounds like a 17.
So the 11, let's say, is Sir Philip Foote, a one-eyed knight of not like poor repute, but Davin handily beat him. And there was some murmuring in the crowd. Hey, Qatar, good to see you. As Sir Oris the Aurochs faced off with Sir Harwin the Hardstone, he is called, who is a man known to be dangerous with a warhammer. So there was murmuring in the crowd of, man, I wish they could finish this on foot and that sort of thing. But Oris got a victory on him on the third pass.
Good. I heard he was talking shit anyway.
So, yeah, some good solid matches today. But yeah, Devin did quite well. Yeah, well, you can win if you have an account with the U.S. Audible Store or the UK Audible Store. Like, that's the thing. It's just that the code is limited to certain.
That sucks.
So I mean, there's a potential.
You've got his hopes up, Robert.
Yeah.
It's graceful.
I forgot.
So.
Wait, is he in Germany?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
We're just randomly saying he can't get it because he's too German. But you know, like if you're on a VPN or whatever, and like, you know, because some people really want like American Netflix or whatnot. So like, if you're using the Audible store from another country, I can hook you up. But if not, you get nothing. Nothing. So back to Westeros. So yeah, Baela did clean work against Sir Stafford Lannister, who was held in middling esteem. He is not the like the kind of dullard of the family, the way that the Lord of Highgarden is, right? Where everyone's like, "Oh, Mace Tyrell, he's so dumb." Like Lady Olenna's great, and all the grandkids are amazing, but like, "Oh, Mace is so stupid." Like that's not the case with Stafford. He's just by the book, kind of dull, mediocre, right? Just your kind of average Westerosi lord type. Whereas his son is
unremarkable.
Not. Yeah.
I will raise my thing of wine. Well rode, Baela. Very well rode. You may be better on horse than I am.
I think that's probably not really in doubt anymore.
Perhaps, but you also had a one-hit joust earlier today.
And that was very satisfying, I must say.
Oh, I don't recall.
Oh.
Wait, is this a bet?
I'm just gonna take a big drink for my wine again.
He's just being in a bad mood.
I'm gonna laugh if we draw a random number on who to joust and it ends up being each other. So
that would be great.
Joust each other.
I would be very up for that. I mean, look, are you all right? Is there?
I'm
something
fine.
you want to talk about?
No,
Okay.
just a joust, right?
Just a joust, but it was a really good one.
And I'm just like, I'm definitely picking up a vibe.
Well, despite
It was
rumor
excellent.
to the contrary, sister, I can fight.
I never thought you couldn't. It was just very satisfying to see that particular opponent brought low quickly and by my brother. It was.
Nobody has ever said you couldn't fight. Well, certainly not within our earshot, as far as I'm aware.
Nobody accurately, anyways.
Yeah, anyone who'd watched the Trial by 7 would not doubt your abilities as a fighter.
Absolutely. I think you have to worry about anything.
Would have been pleasant to finish things with a foot this time, I suspect.
So, Raina, you seem relatively unscathed from what I can see. The ladies did not peck you to death with words. Did everything go all right?
Me?
Yes, you.
Yeah. All right, let's repeat that line, Ash. Since
I missed the first
Yeah.
part.
Well, I mean, I made like a rubbish joke. Anyway, but basically asking like, how did you get on? Was there? Did they
Oh,
agree
getting
to have
texted
trouble?
by words. That makes sense now.
there we go.
Okay.
I'll be honest. I did hear that line. I thought it was good, but the actual part where you addressed her, it didn't come across quite. So I
Yeah.
was confused for a second. But
I thought you were still talking to Luke, and I'm like, when did he have an argument?
Oh, no, I mean, I said
There we
Raina,
go.
but it might have
There we
broken
go.
up.
yeah, I mean, something like that happened. But it's good. I like your pecked by words line. It was good.
Me too. Oh, it wasn't as bad as all that, actually, Adam. It was merely pleasant.
Are they going to let you take on Joy as a handmaiden?
It's
Or rather, what did they ask in exchange for it?
just a couple of marriages.
Just a couple. Any particular marriages they wanted?
Actually, we have a list. We have 2 lists of Potential.
I love lists.
marriage matches that they are proposing the ladies, and they're open to more discussion in the future as well. But I
Can I
there's
see this list?
I I haven't really had a chance to write it down, but
Oh, I see. Right. A list in someone's head is less exciting than a list on paper. But
sorry.
it's all right. I
we
mean,
were-
this two marriages seems like a bit of a hard bargain for a bastard girl, even a highborn one.
A bastard girl and a highborn boy.
Now what?
Martin Lannister to serve as squire for Sir Luke.
I see. So, is it just one marriage pair? Do you think, or is this a case of 2 marriages for the boy and get the girl for free?
Let's say that one is if he's here, I will glance toward Sir Davin Lannister.
He is not.
Okay.
Tyrion is. He's the only Lannister in attendance
Okay.
in a lowbrow establishment such as this.
Oh right, I
Uh,
forgot. It wasn't like a feast or anything. We're just in the inn.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, But that doesn't mean there aren't people listening, though.
This is very true.
But
I mean,
it's.
we can decant to someone's
I
room.
I don't want to make you guys do that. So let's just say there is enough background noise. You guys are fine, right? Just talk. Don't plot assassinations or whatever. But just
Damn it.
talking this sort of thing is fine.
Well, now what am I going to talk about?
Right? Yeah. Baylor's like, all right, I guess I just go to bed.
Well,
Put my dagger away.
Sir Davin Lannister, who we saw till today, and whose father, Baela, unhorsed earlier in the day.
Ah, cousin Davy and Uncle Stafford.
Right.
Don't call him Davy. He'll hit you.
I dare someone to try hitting Raina.
Right? I'm like, well, he's welcome to try.
Hopefully
Anyone who
it's-
raises a hand to her, someone raises a hand to her, it will be the last time they have hands.
And he is, he's been proposed for Aunt Elia.
Oh.
Oh,
And
How old
he's
is
young,
he?
but he's not.
Tywin.
I mean, that might be very much her thing. I don't know, but
I mean,
sorry,
she
go
could
ahead,
be
Bill.
really into that.
I mean,
Yes.
he's
Though I'm
young,
actually
but he's not
like,
like
Isn't she like the silver-haired, drunken type?
Well, the thing is, though, I mean, I wouldn't presume to know her mind, but I'm not sure how well she would take being betrothed without being told about it.
I wouldn't be within arrow range.
Quite. So, I mean, she might go for it, but I'm not sure if she might have something to say about being sort of sold off behind her back.
I suggest you stand in one of the tall towers in the arrow slit and yell down at her when you propose this.
I mean, If
And even then, I would stand away from the.
Because I'm not sure how.
No.
Go
I mean,
ahead, Rusty.
Tywin will interject.
Tywin.
Or Tyrion. I
Tywin
wanna
Lannister
say-
was here the whole time.
Well, like,
I-
just said to me.
He would
for
stand
me-
there just there,
Yeah.
arms crossed.
For me, out of character, Tyrion is the name of a high elf character from Warhammer Fantasy. As much as I love Tyrion Lannister and know bizarre minutiae of the character, it's just that the name is always associated with this other character that I heard it for first. So
Your
I
mind just jumped to next
I
nearest
just kept
Lannister.
saying Tywin instead. But anyway, so Tyrion kind of interjects. He goes, "Huh, it's a little strange that they would propose him for a bastard, but isn't this bastard of yours got her own tall
Yes.
house with walls?"
Yes,
Your
she's
own
got-
tower? Yes.
she
Yes,
is
that's
handed,
the one.
yes.
That's the one. He's clearly in his club. He goes, but yes, it's a good match.
A strange bit of trivia for you to know, Tyrion. Have you been lusting after our aunt?
How does she feel about short men who are also quite long?
She'd probably be just happy. She's pretty
Yes, and her type seems to be,
adventurous.
yes, and her type seems to be enthusiastic participants. So
Honestly, Tyrion, I
Fantastic
think you
news.
have a pretty good chance.
I will fight Davin for her hand. Just kidding. I don't care about hands. But on the topic of my cousin Davy, last I heard, his father, and he nods towards Bela, who just beat his father, was in talks with the other wine people.
The red ones.
Yes,
For Desmera.
those are the ones. Yes, quite.
And-
They would make a handsome couple.
Perhaps he could come with us to your wedding, and he could meet Aunt Elia there.
I was actually thinking to propose that all of our potentials come to the wedding.
How
I
many
think that's a very good
potentials
idea.
are there?
Yes, is it that numerous?
No.
Oh.
It's
Did
not
you go
that bad.
shopping for Lannisters while I was at dueling duel or jousting and joust?
Yes. I was browsing Lannisters. But, like,
And you skipped over Tyrion, the only good one. I mean, the best one. Yes, the best one. Not the only good one.
In
Best one.
fairness, I am easily overlooked.
let's be fair here. Also, Lord Tyrion is the heir.
this is true.
As such, I don't think he's on the table for, our bannermen and and our Aunt Elia.
Indeed, I am quite beneath said table. It's only too bad you couldn't find a match for poor homely Jamie.
It is a good thing he took those vows. A man as
Right.
ugly and
Oh.
unskilled as sword as he.
Indeed. But I suppose since there are no Kingsguard vows keeping you from him, you could do quite a bit worse than Davin.
I am
he's
interested to
a
see.
good lad. And like out of character lad, he's mid-20s, mid to late 20s.
Yeah, that's what I have on my notes. Late 20s, cousin, blah blah blah.
Everyone's
so
a
he's not
lad
like a
if
child.
older than you.
He's not a child. He's not old. He is a warrior. He's a knight. A knight of good standing, not just Sir Emery Cant, or what is it?
It's Emery Lorch.
Emery
Sir-
Lorch.
Sir Marin Cant was the one you were, I think.
Have we seen Davin before? Like,
He
Well,
jousted
joust-
today.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
jousted earlier today, but that's been
so
about
it's-
it.
yeah. Was he good looking?
Did you
Uh,
get the link?
Here's a quick out of character description. Davin has lively hazel eyes, a pug nose, yellow hair, and a big chin. He is blunt and outspoken, but also jovial. And then, for instance, the next paragraph, ... Sir Jaime Lannister and Sir Brynden Tully hold Davin in higher esteem. Like, he's,
So he
Yeah.
sounds decent.
There's
And
also I posted in our chat that some fan art from
Yeah.
the wiki, which does not sound like the description at all, but has an
Well,
epic
No,
as fuck
no,
beard.
it's like art.
Right, they're really
In
awesome
the-
looking.
in the fan art's from later in the books. Spoiler for the books, whatever. I don't care. They're like 20 years old. Stafford Lannister dies, and Davin swears not to cut his hair
Oh, okay.
until he has avenged him on Rickard Karstark. And then, as everybody knows, Rickard Karstark done fucked up real bad, so he can never avenge him. And by then, Davin is just like, this hair looks pretty dope. Like everybody keeps saying, I
looks
look like
super
a
dope here.
He's like, right? Like everyone says, like I look like a fierce lion. 'Cause he's just got
I
this
don't stand for
golden, you know-
Lannisters generally, but
Yeah. So, he's got this thick,
if he
bristling
had like
beard
an
and
Only
this.
Lions account, I'd sign up.
I
Yeah.
asked this purely for a throwaway comment. Sorry.
But he's another one of those characters that's pretty cool that we don't really get to see much of. But yeah, so he is not unattractive. He is clearly got that Lannister look with the hair color and all that stuff.
And here's here's the rest of it. There's plenty more. Sir Davin has two sisters, Serena and Muriel. Younger than him, both of them, and both unmarried. Serena is really the one that was being discussed in our group. I can't find that particular. Where it is. Where is it? Oh, there he is. Lady Miranda Lefford.
Yes, is the mother wed to Sir Stafford? Yeah,
Right.
but yeah,
Opposed to these were her discussing points.
Oh, I see.
for,
Well, so Davin is comely enough, and like as you say, in good standing. I can't think of a serious objection that Aunt Ilian would have, other than her
just
not
doesn't
having
wanna
the
get
opportunity, other than her not having a say in it. But I think, as you say, if we can introduce them at Highgarden, that might take care of that.
right? If they get along.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, what I'm thinking is really, you initially, well, there are other young men who would make good squires in the Reach, so I think it might be a mistake to commit too soon to bringing lots of Lannisters into the family without need.
I agree, but like I said, these are just proposals.
Of course.
And the other one is we have a few unmarried bannermen, including Sir Garrus.
Name one. Oh, okay. Name two.
Sir Garrus and Adam Broddington.
Okay. Name three.
Oh wait, no, he's not our bannerman.
Were particular proposals made for them?
There were.
out of character, that was who they mentioned Serena Lannister for.
Yeah,
Would be
Serena was
potentially
yeah,
one of
was
them.
linked with Garrus
Or Adam
I mean,
Broddington. But
or Adam. Yeah.
I mean, I would like to point out that I have been trying to convince Sir Garrus and Lady Gwyneth to get betrothed.
Lady Gwyneth is still a child, though.
I think
I think I believe I already had this conversation multiple times, that she is, when she is of age, like
Well, yeah. I'm aware.
they're
Sorry,
they're not opposed to the match. He's not that much older than her. They know each other already, and she trusts him, and we know that he would be decent to her.
Yes, I simply mean that he may be more comfortable with somebody who's ready to marry now.
Possibly, we would have to ask him. But I just what I'm just saying for Rhaena's benefit is making her aware of other variables.
Yes, no. I agree.
That I've been laying groundwork for that, so we would have to
I do think that is a good match for what it's worth.
There is also the matter that Sir Adam Bridington has made it clear that he is very uncomfortable with the notion of remarrying, so he might take some convincing.
Um,
And I say this not to discourage you necessarily, only to make you aware that it may not be as simple as just declaring a match.
I'm curious, Rita, and ultimately this will be up to you and grandfather, but why not look for matches closer to home, or perhaps strengthen our allies in the Riverlands, which aren't the Riverlands, the Stormlands?
we already have good ties with the Stormlands, and this would this couple of the Lannister matches would help us grow alliances with the Westerlands.
Yeah. I absolutely agree that at least one match with the Westerlands should be made.
And
But
there's
if-
also
if-
to be considered
Hmm.
right now, Lord Garrus, Sir Garrus, sorry, is an interim option. He's not been recognized by Prince Doran as the Lord of Ironwood. Now, having a potential match to young Gwyneth would help, but I think any matches might help Doran to decide that it was a good idea to confirm him.
Do we wish to advance that? Do we as a house want Drinkwater as Lord of Ironwood?
Would you rather have somebody else?
Well, he already has a home, and he's already an ally. I'm not against it. He's not the worst option, but is that what we're looking for as a goal?
He's
Well, I mean,
been there.
He's not the lord of the lands that he lives on, so
Out of character, there has not been talk at all of making him Lord of Ironwood.
yeah, no, that's news to me.
Potentially
Sorry.
the Knight of Ironwood, which would be different. House Drinkwater is just a house of landed knights, not lords. His father
It does feel like a huge promotion.
is
Yeah.
his dad is a landed knight. There's been no talk of making him Lord of Ironwood. The talk has been making him the Knight of Ironwood and still your bannerman. Remember that knights can still. It's a small, largely academic difference legally, but it's an important social difference, right?
Yeah.
So just that distinction between knight and lord does matter.
Yeah.
But in this case, he has been acting as steward of Ironwood lands.
For like
Uh,
a year.
Yeah,
And
he has
to talk-
he has already stewarded the place well for almost a year. He was loyal to us to the detriment of his liege lord at the time. I think he would certainly deserve such a move.
It seems like a big. It seems like a big promotion to immediately put him as try to maneuver him as Lord of Ironwood. But I do agree he's an honorable knight and he was a good ally, and we need to keep him as such.
Out of character, another note: he is not the heir to the Drinkwater lands. He has older sisters, which is part of why he was off serving in a military capacity for House Ironwood in the first place. He is a little bit more disposable to them.
You think if we bleach his hair, and Elliot would go for him?
I don't think Elia cares that much about hair color. I mean,
I've seen a pattern, so but maybe not.
she liked Uncle Oberyn. He doesn't have blonde hair.
I like Uncle Oberyn. I mean, that doesn't mean that much.
The thing is, it supports my point that she doesn't necessarily only go for light hair, so I still win.
You still win.
It is an exception to the pattern that I am calling out. You are correct.
She only slept with one Valyrian dude, and that was your Uncle Orain, and like a string of not Valyrian dudes. So,
That
like,
we
he's
don't
the
really talk about.
Wow.
She's
That's
just
her business.
doing her thing, and let's not judge her. She's living her best life.
Then let's
anyway.
introduce her to Drinkwater. Let's do this.
Well, they've met.
Gotta put on the right mood. It's gotta be the right time, and
What are
If
you doing?
And the out of character problem is that does not solve either marriage problem. It makes them worse because you still don't have marriages for those banner houses,
yeah,
which is also the issue with Sir Adam Broddington. Remember, he needs an heir or, at least a marriage that would inherit. So,
Right, and I don't want to marry him off to some child bride. I would like him to be married to a young woman. Um,
and that's
and
um.
Serena is the eldest so far of the proposed, and from here, you know,
So you
that has,
you think that she would be a good match for Sir Adam?
I don't know, but we can see how they get on. And
oh
they're
hell,
winning.
this is just a Savas game where every move is wrong. That's what this is.
I mean, sometimes you get those. You just have to lose with as much dignity as possible.
Wait, what's
Tyrion
wrong
will,
about the matches?
Tyrion will speak up a bit about Serena. Cousin Serena is the sort of good-looking young woman that my niece Marcella is likely to grow into. And they are close to one another in temperament, I think.
Oh,
So
Marcella,
out of character.
She's a
So
sweet young
out of
lady.
out of
Marcella gets
character.
along, so
That's a nice way of saying she's as pretty as Cersei, but not a bitch. Because he's not going to insult his house, right? But like,
Oh yeah, of course.
that's basically him just using Marcella as the yardstick instead of Cersei as a way to praise Serena.
Marcella does seem like a sweet girl. Oh, I nod to Tyrion.
Marcella was an absolute delight. So if she's if Serena's
Serena.
anything like that, then that sounds like she will be a good match for someone at the very least. But if I were you, Reina, I would give them what they want specifically for Joy alone, and leave everything else to Highgarden. Let people meet each other and see how things shake out.
Oh, I'm not
Probably
agreeing to
also.
anything while we're here.
Oh, good. That's a relief. I was worried that you might.
Yeah, just. Now, remember that young Lady Gwyneth is currently under the care of who is she with? I'm sorry, I forgot.
She's with you guys.'s like upstairs in her room. She went to bed early. But
Okay.
yeah, she's with you guys and is literally traveling with you guys right now.
All right, so she's traveling with us now. So in theory, she's seeing all of this. She's absorbing all of this, which is why I wanted her to come. um, but she's young, and we have time for her. And we could be in discussions or negotiations for as long as it takes, especially if it's a young suitor, comparatively to her, like one of her peers.
And as an out-of-character reminder, the true housewives of the Westerlands were interested in kind of just trading Joy Hill for Gwyneth Ironwood. Because Westerlanders don't care about getting a dowry. That's gauche. They're not going to go, oh, we're not going to marry her because we're not getting paid because they're from the Westerlands. So she has blood and a name and no strings attached, and they don't mind that she's not coming with any money. So they did express an interest in kind of taking Gwyneth Ironwood as a handmaiden in exchange for you guys taking Joy Hill as a handmaiden, and then potentially looking for marriage or betrothal matches down the road also. Like, that was the closest to a one-for-one trade that you recall hearing. Like, if you wanted the absolute least number of moving parts, that seemed like what they would accept would be.
So, like, the
Joy
upside
for
for young Lady Gwyneth, if that were to happen, would be that she would be able to finish growing up not surrounded by the people who killed her family and took her lands.
There is something to be said for that. Although,
And
although Ironwood is hardly going to be lifted off the ground and carried away, she will always have to be near us.
She grows up with us. She'll see us as family. She grows up somewhere else. Who knows what kind of hatred she'll harbor?
Yeah. For some people, family isn't always a blessing, though.
Yeah, I mean, I confess I've not spent a great amount of time with her, but she doesn't seem to bear us any ill will at the moment, so it would have to be instilled in her by someone else.
Like a foreign power who she grows up with.
let's be fair, she's 13. Uh, it's not like she's 4.
She she seems to fully understand the reason why her family is dead. You know,
And I don't see a lot of emotional attachment to the memory of her family.
Well, she has the older sister. Am I right? Out of character. Who
Is she?
in
Yes.
House Valerian.
I think the closer we keep her, the more she realizes we aren't monsters. We didn't set out to hurt her family, and
think
the
that's
more
what
she
we
knows
said.
that. I think if we send her away, we use her as a bargaining chip to see callously. Who knows? It won't inherently be bad, but who knows? 7 only, and
I mean, that was another reason why I thought that Sir Garrus was a good match, because it meant that she wouldn't have to go somewhere else. She gets to stay at home near her, the
I
people
do agree.
she cares for.
Well, why don't I nip all that and then I'll just ask her.
I think that's a very good idea as well.
Ask, how Dornish of you.
It's almost like we're Dornish.
She's up in her room right now. Again, like I could, she's just upstairs
Well,
instead of hanging out in the common room.
I feel like we have discussed this to the point where I'm done discussing it. So
Well,
I'll go ask her right now.
Oh, all right. Are you going to come back?
I think Raina has a way to go yet. Grandfather been done this conversation 10 minutes ago.
Well, that's because he just makes a decision and doesn't care what you think.
I smile. So I turn around and walk away.
I'm going to be very clear. Adam is not saying that as a particularly good thing.
Yeah, I know. Adam took it into mine was a cheeky observation that grandfather was already in his mind, and then, and then Adam's like, yeah, because the asshole don't listen to nobody. So I'm gonna stop talking and drink the rest of my wine.
To answer your question, Ash, when I'm done with this talk with Lady Gwyneth, I'll probably come back to this top of the stairs or whatever and look out. And if y'all are still down there, I'll come down. If not, I'll just go to the rooms.
Okay then. Adam will shut up for now then.
And then I will go upstairs.
Alright, she is sitting in your room, as you are the girlier of the twins, so the one that she's been serving as handmaiden a little bit more. And she is doing some embroidering, because that's what young ladies do a lot in these stories. Let's see here. Raina just uses the core Nymerian sigil because it's her thing. She's re-embroidering one of Raina's somethings with a fine new gold thread that is brightening up the crown over the dragon.
Very nice.
Oh.
And she kind of holds it up for you to see that she's redoing the stitch work.
Your hand is incredibly fine. You have quite a talent.
Thank you, my lady. The Lady Jenna gave me this thread earlier. Or, well, she had it given to me, but she admired the gown the dress that I was wearing, and asked me if I had done it myself, and I said yes. And then she said that I should have finer thread, and now I do. But I wanted to work on yours first.
Well, I
Oh,
appreciate it. Thank you. That looks lovely. Uh, I come and I sit next to her. Uh, I want to ask you a question that's probably more than one question. But Gwyneth, would you be happier staying with us in Dorne, or would you be happier living elsewhere?
Are have I done something wrong, my lady?
Absolutely nothing. Which is we we all want what's best for you. As your welfare was given into our discretion, and we want to make the right choices for you. But I don't like it when people make decisions for me, and I don't expect you to either. So I'm seeking what you want so that we can help get you there.
She she looks kind of thoughtful for a moment, and then she answers kind of carefully for a moment. She goes, I found the weather at the Twins not to my liking. It was so very damp there compared to home. But King's Landing was very exciting, even just looking at it from a distance. Uh, Harrenhal was spooky, though, and rather larger and emptier than I like. The the emptiness at Harrenhal reminded me of how Castle Ironwood felt empty, but in a different way. Lannisport has been quite pretty, and the sound of the gulls is nice, and their sweet treats are so very fine.
The Lannisters do like their sweets. They like their treats.
And I was talking to Joy, and she told me that she wished she wasn't a bastard, and I told her that I wished I wasn't an orphan. But she also said that you were asking about her a lot when you were talking to her Aunt Jenna today. Out of character, it's like a great aunt, I want to say, but no aunt is going to want to be called that instead. Uh, um, so she said that you were asking about her a lot, and she sounded very exciting about coming to Dorne. She snuck some looks as Bela beat that Stefan, I think, the Lannister Lord, and not the Lannister Lord, but one
Stafford.
of them.
Stafford, yes. Sir
Oh,
Stafford Lannister.
oh, yes. And she looked rather jealous. I think she'd like to knock some of her uncles off their horses.
I think she would too. And that was something that became apparent to me in just one discussion. But I haven't really taken the time to discuss with you what makes you happy.
She kind of sighs and she says, "Well, in Dorne, if being a bastard and a girl doesn't matter, maybe outside of Dorne, being the daughter of a traitor won't matter. My lord father gave no offense to the rest of Westeros. It was Lord Maekar and Prince Doran that he plotted against, not King Robert or uh, Lord Hoster Tully or Lord Mace Tyrell, nor even faraway Ned Stark." And she kind of giggles girlishly, which I'm not going to try and do. Uh, so maybe if Dorne can be kinder to Joy, somewhere else could be kinder to me. And she kind of gives a wistful sigh. I can't wait to see Highgarden. You get the feeling that most little girls kind of want to grow up and go to see High Garden someday, you know.
Right. Brandon just kind of
Right.
goes, "Me too." uh, well, that helps actually, because I want you to have the life that lines up with your wants and needs and desires. I've gotten almost everything I've ever wanted, and I find that makes me feel not obligated, but obliged to help you get the same thing. Since it hasn't started out the greatest. So your input is very helpful.
She gives a little curtsy. I serve however I can, my lady. Uh, thank you.
Thank you. You don't have to thank me. And that's it. That's all I'm going to pressure on today.
All
So
right.
it's
And
good.
she shows the needlework that she's doing. She says, I should have the crown and the spear done before I go to bed tonight, my lady. If you wanted to wear this one tomorrow.
I think I shall now that you've done such excellent work on it. Thank you.
There's so much gold thread here.
It's there is so much, uh, so much. Okay. I will go back and see if Adam is downstairs since he seemed to want to talk to me.
All right, so she settles back to doing the needlework. She will ask you, like, you know, if do you know what you're going to wear to the feast at the end of the week? But, you know, she'll be trying to plan ahead a little with your outfits, you know.
Yes, I show her.
So,
I have it all planned down.
yeah, so she gives you that. Like, out of character, we've got this out to retcon in some new outfit if you want it, and she'll
Right.
be working on it this week, yada, yada, yada. All right.
So
All right.
all right, I will go downstairs and plop down next to Adam. Only elegantly, an elegant plop.
Sorry, oh god, I need to write that down somewhere.
Hopefully Bayless still here.
That should be the title of the episode.
Elegant
An
plop.
elegant plop. Subtitle: Plop but rich.
But rich.
So, what did she say?
She feels that a life outside of Dorne would be a life without the shadow of her family's betrayal.
That is quite wise, actually.
And so far, her favorite is here, but she hasn't seen Highgarden yet. So
Yes, definitely. Shouldn't be making decisions until we see Highgarden.
right. But
Well, that is useful to know.
definitely, I wasn't sure how she felt about it. I know more about what Joy Hill wants than I want than my own ward, and I feel like a fool.
Well, I mean, Gwyneth isn't. Oh, and she doesn't strike me as a particularly chatty girl anyway. But she may have been concerned about. She may have not wanted to
Say
talk about
anything.
that.
Yeah.
But it's fair.
But she has a remarkably fine hand at embroidery. I
Really?
can see her. I mean, she's an artist.
I may ask her to sew something for me then.
And she has access to lots of gold thread here, which is absolutely thrilling to her right now.
Oh
So-
yes. The other day when I was looking around and purchasing a few things, just oh my goodness, the fashions here are amazing.
It is very nice to see different things like this. But
I think I'm you know, it's taking a lot of willpower to not arrange to show up to your wedding entirely dressed in gold.
oh, please don't.
No, I would not. I wouldn't want to upstage you.
Oh no. Yeah. We'll expecting our wedding to be quite the bit of theater. I don't even know if that exists in this world, but you know what I mean. Uh,
It's going to be quite the event.
Quite the event with elaborate dresses and it should be spectacle. That's the word.
Yes. Very excited.
Right.
Um, hmm?
That's. I mean, I plan to go to bed. I need to think and sleep.
Well then, I just want to say a small thing. Then, since you should know, I have I wrote to Harren Hall yesterday to tell Lady Shella that I intend to accept.
On your own. I mean,
I,
this is your decision.
as much as I have one, yes. I going there. I've been thinking about it a lot, and while I'm still uncomfortable with the idea of marriage, I saw a place where I can do some real good. A place that desperately needs someone to do good with it. And people that need taken care of, and I feel like that is a little bit more important than my discomfort. At least a little bit, probably a lot.
Excellent. I approve. Like over in Discord, I only use the Reina little icon if it's Reina approved.
So, yeah. I mean, grandfather probably knows by now because he knows everything. But
You should probably send him a raven as well.
well, when
Do you
I
want to wait
left
and
her,
tell him at High Guard?
well, when I left Harrenhal, she did say that she intended to write to him again to probably talk about the discussion that she and I had. But yes, she allayed the worst of my concerns. So I now, and having seen Harrenhal's potential and met the people that are affected by my decision, I feel a little bit less sick making the decision. So I thought you should all know that.
I feel like it's important to know. Yes, thank you. But Adam, honestly, is Bayla there?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, we're all still here.
Look at her. Look away. Look at Adam. Look at if Luke's there, I even look at him, and then look at Adam. Not just a twin thing, but like a sibling thing. And like, it couldn't have been an easy decision, but we all want you to be happy.
I appreciate that, and I don't think I'm going to be miserable or anything. She and I get along, and I expect that we will be as happy as two people disinterested in each other can be. And
Well, that doesn't mean you can't be great friends and partners.
exactly, I can see us being very good friends.
She seems quite a formidable lady.
Not as formidable as Elena, but she seems to know herself, and honestly, I kind of envy that.
I can't imagine Westeros bearing the weight of two Elenas.
Well, they would obviously
Elenas.
have. They would have to, I mean, they would have to fight to the death.
Right?
You can only leave one of them alive because two is just more than the realm can bear.
Right.
Okay, I feel a bit better having said that. So, thank you. Your support means a lot to me. Of course, we'll probably get back. We'll probably have to go back to Wyvern's Rest before proper arrangements can be made.
Of
Or,
course.
or not, I don't know. I'm sure I'll find out. Well, I'll speak to Grandfather when I see him next. There's been an ocean of silence between us, so I should probably cross it.
Adam, we'll have to
I
talk
think
about.
I definitely. Sorry, go ahead.
We'll have to talk about defenses of that castle in the future.
It needs help.
Definitely, that is something I very much want to address day one.
I think I'm not there. I think I called it an early night.
Okay.
Did you? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. We can
I
talk.
mean, you can be here if you want to.
No, I was being grumpy.
Okay. Are you the player? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
I could use tens of thousands of dollars, but other than that, yes.
Yeah, I was just meaning like I just wanted to check that like there wasn't something going on that was bothering you. Yes, so I already have some ideas about how to make it more defensible. So your insight would be very much appreciated.
Excellent. Well, we will
Of course,
talk more
yeah.
about that in the future. Then.
Yes, yeah. I'm hesitant of getting ahead of myself. Let's wait until the ink is dry on the contract.
Indeed.
Oh, right. Well, that was quite enough abject terror for one evening. I'm going to go to bed.
Are you sure?
We can make some more.
Sir Oris, how was your joust today?
Was he even here?
Yeah, he's been sitting in the common room all night, just staring at you longingly, being ignored. Yeah.
No, he hasn't.
He's like, finally, I'm ready to make my move. Oh, married, huh? Oh, congrats.
If you said that, I wouldn't believe you anyway. I mean, like,
No, it's fine.
wait, Rusty, why are you giving me what I wanted?
Can Lynn vanish in the distance?
Now that you've announced that you're getting married, Oris has finally found the courage.
Oh no!
Don't be a dick.
And as he sits there sad, Lynn comes up to Oris. What are you doing?
Ash just straight up has a psychotic break right now on stream. No, as Oris has been sitting there, but he's not like sitting like right with you guys. He's just kind of sitting and like brooding and drinking and looking at the campfire and or not campfire, the hearth, whatever, you know what I mean, the fireplace thing, whatever it's called in the common room of the tavern. So yeah, like he's just sitting there. Did you actually ask him in character, like raise your voice and ask about the joust, Bela?
Yeah.
He just gives a shrug. He says, Sir Harwin would probably been more fun to fight on foot. Everyone says that Plum is a good man with a hammer, but a horse, he was just another night a horse.
Well, that's how first rounds go, don't they?
I have the feeling he might look for me in the melee.
I have no doubt you'll be able to overcome that obstacle in the melee.
Just don't kill him.
Just don't come looking for me after that.
He just snorts because I don't kill everyone I fight.
No.
He killed nobody. Killed nobody in a melee yet.
That's right. Only one of us has done that. Half killed. Of course.
I didn't.
Me. It was
Oh,
me.
you. Yes, you. Okay. Woo. I'm so used to the half killing thing.
Yeah, everyone kids you about that, but I also half killed someone in the.
Hey, I'm constantly blaming both of you.
Constantly.
Trouble.
So yeah, he just kind of gives a shrug, like it was just another day in the office. Is the vibe you get from him, and you know that he has been doing the tourney circuit in the year or so since you guys, like that was his plan when he was leaving. So yeah, he's just kind of you know, in some professions they get like that, even when they're talking about something that's like should be remarkable. They're just like ho hum, like yeah, no, I just did the thing again, you know, just punched in the time clock, and you know, he's kind of got that attitude about him. It's just like, so we'll see. He'll probably look for me in a melee, but
The rose tinted specs are really starting to come off these days. They just, yeah. Do you want to come and sit with us, Zoris?
you can see the calculation in his head, where like the honest answer is not particularly. I'm comfortable by the fire, but then he's like, but then it would probably hurt Adam's feelings if I said no. Like, like no, I don't want it. So he just kind of sits. He thinks for a second, then he kind of uh, lumbers to his feet, but takes his bottle with him and comes over and inelegantly plops
Well, I mean,
down on the
I mean,
bench next to
don't,
you
don't
guys.
trip over yourself running over here. No was a valid answer, you know that, right?
More likely to trip on the Lord Lannister here. Tyrion is passed out at the end of the table.
Jeez.
And
Oh,
Oris just
well.
kind of,
He's having a good time.
I
May we all be so blessed.
think he was. Heard you caused a ruckus at the archery field.
Well, yes, they weren't going to let little Robert in, so I gave them what for.
Well,
Let him
what
in
did you
what?
do? What do you mean you gave them what for?
Well,
What did that look like?
I said a number of mean and scathing things in a very arch tone that indicated that I was better than them, and then I handed in the gold, and they didn't. They kind of sneered at it, so I gave them some shit for that, and then myself and little Robert fired several arrows into targets to show them that we were serious, and then Lyle Creek Hall told them who they were dealing with, and they not only let us into the archery tournament, but waived our fees.
Damn straight.
And so I mean, at least half of it was probably Lyle Creek Hall, but we were already in the process of showing them that that we were legit.
Can't go taking it personal every time someone sneers at you. You're in Lannisport.
Who said it was personal?
You're one said you got all heated about it.
I didn't
Say
say I
it.
got heated. I didn't say I got heated. I said mean and scathing things. That's not the same.
Fine. You were cool tempered and in complete control the whole time. I'm just saying they're gonna sneer at everybody all the time about everything ever. Unless you're a Lannister closer to Lord Tywin, that's just how they look at folk.
And then I shall take pleasure in humiliating them.
I think there's always gonna be an archery range handy for you to do that.
Why are you being so negative? What's wrong?
Cause I don't want you getting beat by some blonde cunts.
They're not going to beat me, for a start.
They might.
And so what? All right. I mean, it's not the first time like I've been in a fight and someone's knocked me to the ground or whatever. I can actually fight, you know. I mean, I'm not
Alright.
as good. I mean, I'm not as good as some of the people here, of course. Obviously, I'm not
Alright.
as I'm not as fragile and pathetic as you think I am, Morris.
I didn't say you was fragile and pathetic.
You implied it though. You were saying it with your eyes.
Oh,
Don't think.
But yeah, so that was the fuss, and the fuss is dealt with. So myself and little Robert will be competing. I was thinking about jousting and going into the melee, but I'm not sure it's a great idea. I didn't bring plate armor with me, so the joust is probably out. And I mostly got through the last melee by staying out of almost everyone's way, so...
Orf gives a big shrug and takes another drink of wine.
There's a lot of scary fighters in the melee this time.
I was rather thinking that, and certainly ones that we're less friendly with, so I'm less, feeling less confident about it, so I'll probably just put money on people who are in it.
Clegane killed the fella last melee I was in up here.
Yikes.
He did.
Yeah, that Gregor?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sprained him with a punch.
With a punch.
He killed someone by punching them?
Twice. But
Wow.
he's a mean one.
Yes, definitely. And because it's not team-based, yeah, it's there's definitely less of a safety net, so to speak. But I am confident about the archery. If little Robert doesn't beat me. Okay, well, he's got nothing to say, so well, this was awkward.
I can't defend Oris. I said I was leaving. Oh.
I mean, like, nothing needs defending, particularly. He's being sullen, and that makes it difficult to have a conversation with him.
That's kind of his natural
Yeah.
state.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Well, well, I suppose I shall go to bed. There seems to be less conversation going around.
All right, well, have a good night, Ash. Or Adam.
You too.
7 blessings. And he gives you a little toast with the wine bottle that looks like a goblet in his hand.
Should I leave him there or help him to his room, do you think?
Tyrion?
Yeah.
He'll be
Leave
fine.
him there.
I'll wake him up before I head to bed. He'll probably give it a second round.
Man,
That's
I
just
am
one-
shocked that more of these people are in end-stage liver failure.
He has remarkable stamina.
Fucking A. As much as these people drink, they should probably... Ugh. Terrible.
Most of them are very young.
And remember that the wine is generally weaker than modern beverages.
Yeah.
But when you drink this drunk.
That's just not. I'm just saying that the day-to-day drinking isn't frivolous or revelry. It's drinking with purpose.
Iron Man lived well into his 50s until he died of Thanos.
He died of Thanos.
Oh my
Spoiler,
gosh.
dude.
Can also afford. I don't know. I'm not saying anything. All right, I'm done. I'm done for the scene. I have to go pee though. So.
Yeah,
All
so,
right.
Adam is not actually going to his room, but he's going to a room.
All right. Well, the remainder of this episode will be the famously talkative Oris and Bela
Yes.
hanging out, and everybody has to sit here for it.
Yeah. Well,
Just
Let's hear it.
every few minutes.
mm,
It
Yeah.
would be so.
yeah.
Yep.
Balin's a good man with the Morningstar, eh?
Yeah.
Nice. I just
Yeah.
like 3 more minutes of silence. So he
It'd be
takes
really-
a drink,
it'd
and
be
you
really-
know,
It would be so funny if they both suddenly got very chatty. Had loads to say.
like they
So,
could.
what are your thoughts on Maester So and So's book?
Having
Yeah,
deep
like,
conversations
maybe,
about.
maybe Adam just hasn't talked to Oris about the right thing yet. Who knows?
Yeah.
He's like,
He's
could
talked
be-
about to him about
He's tried a
so
lot of
many
things.
fucking things. Also, just now, I mean, he's also just kind of salty about like fucking comment that Oris made the other day about like, oh, you're not gonna try and like you're not gonna do what you did in the tent and stuff. I'm like fuck off. Yeah, Adam's a bit annoyed about the implication that he would not respect Oris's boundaries after being told no. It was just a bit.
okay.
He's just gonna not turn up for squiring tomorrow and be like, oh, I wouldn't want you to worry about me kissing.
I like that Oris did nothing and
Cool.
still can't win this.
Like Oris is like, please don't sexually assault me again, and you're like, I hate you. And then Oris is like, I hope your smart mouth doesn't get you in trouble. And you're like, fuck you, prick.
Hey, you know the Lannisters tend to send
No,
the
hang on.
mountain to murder people?
Seriously, seriously, he did not sexually assault him. Please do not accuse him of that.
I asked. I'm joking. I'm joking. It's okay. Just say.
And the thing is, like, that was like nearly 2 years ago, and Adam has never like tried anything on with him
Yeah, he's
since.
never.
But he also hasn't been in that situation since. So Oris was just.
They've been in like they've been all together loads of times since then. Like we just haven't seen every single one of them, and Adam has absolutely fucking not done any of that.
Okay.
Yeah, so Adam just resents being the implication that he would not that he would do that, and I kind of feel like it's valid for him to be a bit offended.
Okay. He is allowed to be offended. But it's just from another perspective. Oris is allowed to be worried about it, I think. So.
I mean, I kind of feel like that's just like not a good friendship then, because if he's constantly worried about that.
I can't wait till this energy is applied to the way Lady Janet treats Luke. That'd be great.
So, all right. It's a whole conversation we can have about all kinds of perceptions and memories and stuff, but it's probably not going to be a fun conversation, so let's not. So, Bela, is there any particular conversation you plan on starting with Oris, talking about people at the joust or whatever?
Maybe a little bit, but I think we can just say we briefly
So
chat
just
about contestants and
General chat about.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he mentions as knights that he's seen at Westerlands tourneys before. The Strongboar is pretty good at this sort of thing. Clegane, of course. Adam Marbrand is pretty good stuff. He mentions Davin Lannister, and then he says the Knight of Greygarden is here. He's pretty wicked with that sword, but shouldn't matter since the melee or till the melee. That's Sir Harris Harlaw, who is an Ironborn, but is a knight. Like he is.
Okay.
Worships the Seven, etc., etc., etc. And his mother is from the Westerlands, so it's not uncommon for him to be here. But yeah, he just mentions that guy with the Valyrian steel sword again, who kind of fights like an Ironborn, but with a Valyrian steel sword, it's like, fuck. So he mentions that guy. So there's, maybe a half dozen people that he mentions as, notable knights that are here. I think most of whom you've already, had already kind of come up.
Yeah.
So yeah, that just kind of comes about over the course of the conversation. That's about it. And then he just seems content to head up to his room to finish his bottle of wine and sleep.
Yeah, and I'll do the same, but probably without breaking up extra wine.
Yeah. All right then. Let's go ahead and do our mid-episode break here, and we will pick back up with some middle of the tourney jousty shenanigans and or talking to the ladies of the Westerlands, etc., etc., etc. after a quick break. So let's get in our lunch-ish break. I call it a lunch break because it's in the middle of the thing. Right?
I usually grub during it. Try to.
Right, yeah, like also because food. Yeah. So let's go ahead and take our
But
break.
the timing's weird for me. It's always like right in the middle of the day. So
Yeah. So all right, we'll be back in a little bit, everybody. See you in a few minutes.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody, we are back from snack breaks, water breaks, petting boaty breaks, and breaks of all shapes and sizes. And we are returning to this Lannisport tourney. Let's kick it off with some jousting, because that is going to start earlier in the day than going and talking to the Wester women's. So, uh, which of you wants to joust first? Bela or Luke?
Let's
And
let Bela go.
Yeah, I'll go first today.
all right, chat, give me a number between 1 and 39. Random number. Okay, 39 it is. Qatar, I'm not going to make you stick with the 8 if you don't want. We're going to sit on it. Qatar, you get to pick the number when Luke's up, since you just barely got in after Ash did.
I mean, you
But
can prioritize Qatar's one since I'm a player.
you were first. We'll go with the first. Number 39 is Sir Harris Harlaw, the Knight of Greygarden. The
That's
other,
a weird way to pronounce the mountain that rides.
the other Valyrian steel carrying guy. There's 3 of you at this particular event.
So
Which
it's
is-
her and this guy, and then
Let's see if this
what's his
jogs her
face?
memory.
Sir Lynn.
Sir Lynn. That's it.
There we go. Got it.
I was trying to say Len for some.
And if I recall, Harris Harlaw has been talking shit about Sir Lynn for having Valyrian steel.
That doesn't sound bitter at all.
Bitter is not really the right word for it. But yeah, it definitely colours my perception of him.
Yeah.
So the good news is that the Valyrian steel doesn't matter, because it's a joust and you're not going to finish the fight on foot. He does cut a pretty imposing figure. He's one of the. He's not Gregor scale giant, but he is big even for a knight. He's not got like the whole the large advantage or whatever, but he is a tall, well-built fellow with that ironborn stock that they prioritize and prize strength and burliness. His sigil is interesting because he's actually quartered House Harlaw of Greygarden, which he is the knight of. He's the knight of Greygarden, but he's quartered it with House Serret, which is like a green peacock from the Westerlands here. They're, so he's got this black field with a reaper's scythe on it from like cool, edgy Ironborn stuff, quartered with a green peacock on cream. So it's a very, very strangely multi-classed sigil. Let's go with that. Like it's got some inconsistent iconography, let's say. But he's a pretty big guy. He's a pretty imposing fella, and then he's got Nightfall on his hip, which is a Valyrian steel sword with a moonstone in the pommel. So it's a pretty cool blade.
Sounds
Not-
lovely.
Not as famous as some, but kind of adds to an aura of being a little imposing and stuff. But he doesn't seem to give you any shit for being a woman. Maybe he's a little bit of an outsider here too, as an Ironborn, even if it's an Ironborn whose mother is from the Westerlands. But he doesn't sneer or say anything shitty, yada yada yada, during the announcements and that sort of thing. And he gives you a tip of the lance, as a kind of salute of respect type of thing, or closing his visor and getting ready to go. So,
Okay.
how's Bela treating this Ironborn with Valyrian steel? Like, is she being polite and respectful? Is she looking like an arrogant Dornish warrior woman, or like what kind of vibe is she giving?
No, she's typically just respectful, and uh, she knows that generally she's here sort of treading on grounds that knights and lords participate in a land that women don't. So she's a bit conscious of that. So she knows that she goes through the ritual of being polite and courteous. So even if he doesn't, she'll do the pleasant like salute or tipping
Right.
the visor or whatever that
Not like
happens.
there's a Marin Cant or something hanging out. So you're just generally being pretty cool. So good, good, good,
Yep.
good. All right then, let's bust out the dice. We are looking at fighting plus animal handling plus spears bonus dice, um, and then -1 kept die from your fighting for the charge. What are they called? Stances?
Yep.
Stances or forms? Anyways, you know what I mean.
Right.
What you going with?
This one, I'm going to go for the aggressive one, which is the +2 on attack roll, but -2 on my passive ride score.
So that will make yours a 15, correct?
Yes.
Right? All right then. And I've got his. So, all right, let's get him.
Cool. Well, I'm dropping a 6.
Yikes. He is not. He is not dropping a 6.
Does that mean you
That
rolled
bodes
all
well.
sixes?
Yeah, I rolled 4 6s.
Wow.
And I get
But
to
that's
keep
still a pretty good
3.
roll.
I could keep an additional 6 depending upon how this shakes out.
right. Which is always, it's nice to have that in your
Back
your
pocket.
pocket.
Yeah.
I think. So, all right. What are you looking at total wise?
My total is a 20. Yeah, 18 plus 2.
Nice. All right, that will be 2 degrees of success, which is, man,
Is that a 12 on the difficulty?
yeah, there we go. His total on you is a 19.
Okay, so it's just 1 degree.
So yeah, just 1 degree of success. So you just need a.
How many
9,
degrees of success extra if I added the extra 6 to my
kept
total?
it to 6? It would be 1 more degree of
One more,
success. So it'd
okay.
bump him up to a 15.
Oof. You know what? Let's not use any destiny points just yet.
And one thing to keep in mind is it may be mechanically better to make him lose a dice of animal handling, depending on how good of a rider he is.
Yeah.
Okay, so not gonna keep the extra.
Correct.
Correct.
We'll just leave it as it is.
Alrighty. Well then, let's both roll animal handling plus ride. He is looking for 12. Lance and Shatter, everybody gets to look like they know what they're doing. Alright, he will stay in his saddle. And you were looking for just a 9, which... Uh-oh.
I'm way over that.
Okay, I was like, when you chuckle, I'm like, that's either really
Well-
good or really bad, because she could just be going, oh my god, look at all the ones, right? So, all right,
I would have to roll all 1s to fail that.
right. Both of you are staying in the saddle at present.
Was he within 1 destiny point of
He
failing?
is not.
Okay.
Yeah, he rolled 2 6s to start on that roll, so he is good to go. So first pass, both of you, ride up, ride through, ride past each other. Everybody looks good. Everybody clearly deserves to be here. Knights or lances shatter and splinter, and everybody kind of holds their breath as the second pass starts. Same posture,
Same, yep.
same thing. All right. we looking at?
The same total, 20.
Same thing? Okay. And he has the same degree of success against you. So he needs a 12, you need a 9. Everybody stays in the saddle.
I'm just fine.
And one die refusing to stop spinning. He is also just fine, looking at a 16.
Okay.
Third pass. Let's go. And the knights are definitely paying attention as you two are going at it. For a lot of these guys, this is their first time seeing you, joust. Or rather, seeing any woman.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That is a better roll for him. Let's go ahead and have him do that. All right. He is looking at a 28 against you, as he has spent a destiny point because he had a pretty good die to keep.
Okay. I'm only
so
at 19 this time.
All right. So you are going to be looking at a 15 to stay in the saddle. He is going to be looking for a 12. So it is the most solid hit you've taken for a while in a joust. It was pretty good stuff.
I had a bad roll, and I rolled exactly 15.
Okay. So you are able to cling to the saddle despite that solid shot. And it was pretty flawlessly placed. I mean, he was keeping 4 6s and then an extra die. So it was like, you can't do a whole lot better than that. But you are able to cling to the saddle. He also stays stable and grounded, as that pass also is now in the history books.
Okay.
Let's go, number 4.
Mm-hmm. Number 4.
So, all right. Back at it. This would be pretty decent for a fireball, but it's not all that great. What's interesting about roll and keep systems is that sometimes, like, all 4s is normally really good in a D6 game, but like in a roll and keep, you'd rather have some 6s and some 1s, you know.
Yeah.
So he is looking at an 18 against you this time, so just 1 degree. You're just looking for a 9.
I only have a 17 this time.
Okay, so you're both just looking for 9s. So, both of you maybe seem a little bit more careful after that last pass. You get the feeling he's like, I gave that one everything I got, and she's still there. And you're probably thinking, like, I hope he doesn't do that again. So both of you, there's still clean hits. Lances break. You still get to, you look like knights that know what you're doing. But yeah, they definitely weren't your most impressive shattered lances on that last pass. He's got the 9. Did you get yours?
Oh yeah, I rolled a 17.
Assuming, yeah. All right. I just, you never know. Dice are dice. They can turn on you. All right. Pass number 5.
Starting to get long in the tooth. Ooh, still not great for me.
You guys are just pretty evenly matched here. It seems like he's a pretty good knight, so poop happens.
18.
All right, he's got a 19. So again, it's just 1 degree of success on you, and your 18 is just 1 degree of success on him. You guys both need 9s, which are kind of gimmies. Oh Lord, I lost a die. All right.
Yeah.
And he is fine. And I will fetch that die. Luckily, Bodhi wasn't in here to think I dropped food. Pass number 6. It's about to come to a judge's decision if things don't get settled here. It's going to be up to Sir Kevin Lannister. younger brother of Lord Tywin.
After this pass or after the next one?
They're stopping at 7.
Okay.
So I'm saying you guys are getting close.
Yes.
Because this is number 6. All right. He has landed a 20 on you, so you need a 12 to stay in the saddle.
Okay. I have a
which is
20, but I could bring that up to a 26.
okay. It's not bad, I guess, if you like dice. Right now, he would be looking at a 12. If you bring it up to the 26, he would be looking at a 15 for sure. So,
Let's do it. Let's take my chances. I'll bring that up to a 26.
alrighty.
All right, let's see if I can roll my 12.
So, once
Yes.
again, the knights clash midfield, lances shatter, splinters go flying everywhere. Some peasant catches the tip of a lance and like cheers and holds it up. And what were we looking at on your right, Jack?
I have a 21.
Nice. He has an 11. The dice abandoned. He rolled 3 ones on this one. So there, on the 6th pass, he is reeling in the saddle. He clings to it. He almost drags himself back up in the saddle, but as his horse kind of roughly clops to a halt at the end of the row, he just tilts and tilts and tilts, and he tumbles out of the saddle. Almost in like a slow motion, right? It's one of those like, oh no, almost got it. I was dead. So it's not like a thunderous fall. It's just this like, oh fuck, this it's just a little too heavy, and so he falls, and is immediately and effortlessly able to clamber back to his feet, and he draws his Valyrian steel blade Nightfall, and uses it to salute you, and then lowers the tip and sticks it in the dirt, as kind of a surrender, a completely unnecessary sign of surrender, but you get a moment of
a fancy sword, you're gonna use it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
you get
Any chance to get it out.
I will
So-
return the salute
oh right.
to be
So,
polite and honorable.
Very.
Uh,
I like him.
and you get a round of applause that is a little bit less of a polite scattering than you got yesterday when you unhorsed a Lannister, right? They're like, okay, that was pretty cool. So it could be them warming up to you being here. It could be that this was an Ironborn instead of a Lannister that you put on his ass. But yeah, the crowd is warming to you a bit, and Sir Kevin kind of jests. It's a fine thing that one of them finally finished the other. I'm not sure who would I'd have decided as winner had there been 7 passes. And so, kind of a respectful thing to both of you. And then he formally points and declares that the Lady Bela Nymerian is the victor. So, well done.
Yay!
Unfortunately, you don't get to ransom back people's weapons in a jet. Like, you don't go hee and just run off with a Valyrian steel sword.
You could just ride past real fast, yank it out of the ground.
Yeah. So, a pretty solid kickoff here for the Nymerians on day 2. And Qatar, drop a number in chat, and let's get an opponent for Luke. Got 1 to 39.
I have 1 Valyrian weapon.
I
How
come
about
back
2?
at that point. Oh, is it just because Qatar was
Mhm.
second?
Yeah, because he's just instant second on the next.
Okay. I was like, everyone else is banned.
All right.
Oh, he's a trouble rouser. What is that? Trouble's shit pot stir.
There's about 4 different ways to say he's a troublemaker. You didn't quite land on any of them.
Shit pot
Um,
stir.
But she did touch all of them.
Yes. All right. We're gonna go with an 8, and it is not Lynn Corbray. You, Luke, find yourself trotting up against a Crake Hall. It is Sir Merlin Crake Hall, the youngest son of Lord Roland. So the Strongboar's younger and also smaller brother.
I'm good friends with the Strongboar. I'll give him a polite salute. We'll do this.
And he is not quite the Strongboar's size, but he is bigger than your average knight. Notably broad in the shoulders, barrel-chested, got that big-boned Crake Hall stock, and he's got 3 boars on the brown field to show that he's the third son. And you get a polite nod, and then he slaps his visor into place. And what is your stance on the first pass?
I'm going to take I believe it's the braced stance. Brace 2. So subtract my fighting edit and my animal handling.
Right, that's to your total to animal handling if you get hit.
Yes.
Right, that one? Okay.
Yeah, not for the passive.
Yep, just making sure we were on the same page. So I'm looking at a 14 for you, right? For your passive passive ride?
Passive ride is I have 3 animal handling and 2 in the ride bonus.
So 40, 12, yep. 14. All right, then. So that. Oh no. Oh no.
We rolling?
Yeah, roll them. Sorry.
Well, I don't see any 6s. That's why I see 1 6. And no 5s. I kind of rolled pretty poorly, all things considered.
Don't worry. You rolled better than he did on this pass. He did not. He did not roll one. More than half of his dice were 1s and 2s. Like, you were just like, oh.
Trust me, I was racing him to the bottom. I didn't quite get there, but I was racing
All right.
him.
You guys are.
I've got a total of 16 with the subtraction to the attack roll.
Give me 1 second as I double check. All the Crake Halls get a stat modifier, but I'm pretty sure I didn't make it anything that'll matter for this one. So yeah, I'm still just using normal light. So he is looking at a 14 on you. So that is enough to hit. And what was your total? I apologize.
16.
16. All right. So you're just both hitting with 1 degree of success. So both of you need a 9.
I had a single 6. Everything else was a 4 or lower.
Yeah, it was just, sometimes the dice are hot, sometimes they aren't.
All right. For animal handling, I have a, 11, 14, 16 altogether.
All right, you are good to go then. And he... keeps to the saddle as well. So, not an earth-shattering first pass, but let's see if these dice warm up for you guys a little bit as we move on to the second go.
Okay, let's stay in the same stance.
Yeah, and they are still both hits. So the lances break and stuff, and it's not like an embarrassment or whatever. It just doesn't. Not as.
The embarrassment is how I'm rolling.
All right, his are looking up a little bit this time, but not a ton. What are we looking at?
Mine might actually be worse. How often can I use my Bloody Lucky ability?
It's
so once per contest? Or
it's once per session.
Session.
And then also, if you get hurt, it's once more per session.
Yeah. I'm going to use that because I've got a bunch of 3s here. Nothing of note.
An awful roll. Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, I see sixes now. That's better. Okay, I have a 21 with the subtraction from the
Nice.
stance.
All right. That will be 2 degrees of success. He hit you with a 14 again.
Sorry, 22 actually, if it makes a difference.
It does. So that's 3 degrees. So he needs a 15, which he cannot get unless I'm gonna do it. He's gonna spend his destiny point. Because Craig Halls get those. So he barely stays in the saddle. As you
Okay.
hit him with a solid shot that's probably not as hard as he's used to being hit because he fights against the strongbow all the time. But you get the feeling that the accurate placement, the precision and technique is going to be the way to beat this guy.
For my own handle, out of 5 dice, I got 4 sixes, which is going to be an 18.
So
Plus
completely unnecessary.
You know what?
Yeah.
We're going to go aggressive stance this time.
All right. This is the one that lowers your passive animal handling.
I'm going to lower passive.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to raise my attack roll by 2.
All right, let's roll them.
Okay, that doesn't look too embarrassing. Okay, I have a 24 altogether with the bonus.
You win.
Oh,
Yeah, he just rolled very poorly. And he got a 16 to hit you. So it's still 1 degree. You still do need a 9 to stay in the saddle. But he rolled all 2s on his animal handling. I went ahead and rolled it at the same time.
I empathize with him more than you know.
Just like, nope, that's not going to do it. And he, like I said, he already spent his Craig Hall destiny point. And there's really no redeeming that roll without a full luck reroll type of thing.
I got 12 of the animal handling, so.
All right, so you got it. You got the 9 you needed. So yeah, on the 3rd pass, you're able to hit him a little higher than he's probably used to, and just kind of leverage and angle and force and technique and accuracy are all on your side, and he just tumbles from the saddle. He almost looks like he was a hair off on when he was bracing for the shot, and it just, he tumbles cleanly from the saddle.
nice.
And he gets up, kind of, you can see him with the broad shoulders and the big broad chest and stuff, chuckling inside his armor.
I will swing by, hop off the horse, and help him up, and just kind of give him a knightly a bow.
Yeah. All right, Erica's on it. She's already taking heads faster than I could ask. It's like, Erica, can you kill them? And she was like, they're already dead. They're dead before they even knew it.
Children are dead. Their grandchildren are dead.
Yeah. Fried their computers. So, all right, a solid victory against Sir Merlin Craig Hall. Well done.
Thank you. That was not as drama-filled as last time.
Well, it wasn't someone you like this time, so.
Yeah.
So after a joust apiece, let's do a bit of a segue to the ladies' tent, which is not officially like ladies only or anything. Did Reyna want to try and drag Adam along? For
If he
instance,
wants to.
as another.
I thought he was squiring.
Not anymore, he's not.
Okay.
So
he's amenable to being dragged somewhere.
Alright. Well, he shall be dragged.
all right then. We are back in the silken pavilion with all the stuff kind of rolled up on the sides. So there's a nice little cross breeze coming through, and a series of nieces and nephews are paging and handmaidening to run and fetch and bring drinks and treats and et cetera, et cetera.
Is this
But
is this watching the jousting, or is it away from the?
they are at the joust, but they're not paying any attention to it. They are nominally at watching the jousting, but unless it's
Yeah, yeah,
one of their husbands or sons or something, nobody's really paying attention to it.
yeah. No, that's more what I meant. Is like, is it within visual range rather than?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
cool.
So the Lady Jenna Lannister, sister to Lord Tywin of Casterly Rock, is kind of holding court, and barely second to her is the Lady Dorna of House Swift, now wed to Kevin Lannister and having given him several children. So those two are kind of neck and neck for who's running things, in this tent. They are joined by the Lady Darlessa Marbrand, who's the widow of Sir Tygett Lannister, who was another brother of Lord Tywin, and she's kind of next in line in their little pecking order from that. And then the Lady Shira, who is a Craycall, and she's got that big boned. She's 3 or 4 inches taller than anyone else in the room, and just broad hipped, big lady that wed Sir Damien. Her daughter is here, the Lady Lana, who is also not quite as full on Craycall stock, right? But she's pretty large. And then the Lady Miranda of House Lannister, who's wed to Sir Stefford, who is the mother to Davin and Serena, and that sort of thing. And then sitting a little bit off from them is the Lady Cybele of House Westerling. She was born into House Spicer, who were Essosi merchants. So they're seen as just lesser. They're new money type of vibe, and they're not all the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Andal/Aryan blood look that the Lannisters tend to favor. So the Lady Cybele and her two daughters, Jane and Elena, are both a little bit out of sync with the rest of the room. But there you are. You are approaching the sharks at Shark Tank. So who is up?
I mean, Adam's definitely like letting Raina take the lead because this is much more her world, and he's very conscious that he is the only man here.
Yes, you are. Which
So
is
he's-
why I made it so optional. uh, but well, I don't know how to bring it up now, but
what are you
I've
trying? What are you
considered
trying?
everything that we discussed yesterday, and conferred with my siblings
No dice.
to observe their thought, to take their thoughts into
And I've
consideration.
altered the terms. Pray I do not alter them further.
Do not alter them further. Pray do not alter them further. So what I would like to do is to extend, if you have not already received it, invitation to Highgarden to my wedding, where our young people can meet each other.
The Lady Jenna just kind of lifts an eyebrow. How many invitations are you at liberty to offer with the ceremony so close? So,
My
out of
wedding.
character, who are you inviting? Because remember, like I said, there's a lot of moving pieces here. Who are you extending this invitation to?
Sir Davin. Him for sure.
Say that's all, and just leave.
believe you wanted Serena as well.
And yeah, Serena.
Um,
And the others we are. I mean, and obviously I would like to take Joy, but that's up to you. I mean, I do want Joy.
Okay. Uh,
And
well,
of course, proper. Uh, oh, what's that word for older person who hangs out with the young people?
a chaperone.
Oh, proper chaperones.
Um, what about Kevin and Dorna Lannister's son? Because you
was
had
Martin?
been trying
Oh
to
yeah,
get
Martin.
as a squire, and like again, I know it's been 2 weeks since we had the conversation, so I'm trying not to hold lack of memory against anybody, but I do want to know who you're inviting and who you're snubbing.
Oh no,
I
I
would,
want him. I want him
Okay.
to be invited as well.
I would definitely invite anyone who's been offered up as a marriage match.
Right?
Okay. Does that mean Jane and Elena Westerling, who are sitting right there with her mother listening? Or are you going to curry favor from the Lannisters by also snubbing them?
Yeah, you should probably invite.
I'm inviting them.
I think you should randomly stub 3 Lannisters just so they know we're
No.
we're playing hardball.
I'm
Well, you should
inviting ladies, the House Westerland girls.
Okay.
Are you going to be inviting Lady Jenna and Lady Dorna as well?
Well, that's
You should-
who.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I take it that was implied with the chaperones. Yeah.
What about Lady Sybil Spicer, whose daughters you are running off with to another kingdom? Are you
Oh,
inviting
yeah.
her as well?
How old are her daughters?
17 and 13.
Yes,
Okay, so Lady Sybil.
13's a little young. If they were like 15 and 17, I might consider not. But I mean, that's
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
I mean, you're the bride. You can get away with quite a lot, probably.
Find however many people I want. I'll just send a raven to let Lady Elena know.
Oh,
No,
ultra
just gonna
power
let-
move. Invite
just gonna-
all of them, but when they get there, be like, I didn't invite you. No room.
So yeah, you'll just tell Lady Olena that you're adding, a dozen guests, and I'm sure that'll be fine.
You can always like throw one of your siblings in front of her and run away.
4 or 5.
I know it's not a dozen, husband.
Throw Luke at her. He finds it charming when she's horrible.
That's true. I mean, something I've been proposed she doesn't have much more experience with, but we still, I'll do what I can.
So, a recap: we're looking at Davin and Serena and their mother, the Lady Dorna, Joy Hill, Martin Lannister and his mother, and then Jane and Elena Westerling and their mother, Sybil. Is that right?
Did you say Davin?
Yes.
Yes.
Davin and Serena.
Okay.
Uh,
That's it.
Okay. Okay. And again, this is all assumed that you're saying it in flowery terms and yada, yada, yada. It's just, it could matter who you invite and who you don't. And you do actually see a look of mild disapproval from, for instance, Lady Darlessa Marbrand, the widow of Sir Tyget. They look a little bit... a few of the women do that snooty Karens exchanging a look when you invite along the Westerlings, because again, they're just a generation removed from being lowborn associate spice traders, right? So there's a little bit of a but then maybe they're like, well, they're Dornish, like they don't know better, whatever, so they might not lose you any points, but you get the feeling that that invitation to those 3 didn't earn you any points with the other ladies at the Parent Teacher Association. All right. So yes, with appropriately.
Raina knows better what they would prefer, but just it's not giving it to them.
Okay. Hey, Bad Nug, good to see you again. I don't know what the number 1 was in there for. Am I missing something? Was there?
Possibly our next Joust nomination.
All right, could be, and that's fine. We'll see if I use it for that. I'll seek confirmation later before I do so. But all right then, we'll just say you rattle off the list with appropriately flowery speech, and some polite justification for each one, and some polite justification for the ones that you don't invite, because I couldn't possibly blah 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 blah. And all right then. Any other particular conversation planned there? Because that didn't quite go as I expected. But
Yeah. Adam has nothing to say.
I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. We just got.
You don't need to
we-
apologise.
It was just didn't quite role play it out. It was just kind of a meta going over a list thing, which was not what I had earmarked time wise. But if it's what works, it's what
sorry.
works. No, it's fine. It's fun.
We should have started earlier with that then,
There's
because my brain does not always fire on all the cylinders. After we played for a while,
Yeah.
I get kind of gooey.
At 4:20 in the afternoon, Felicia doesn't want to roleplay anymore.
Hmm.
What a
4:20.
coincidence!
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, there comes a that
I
next
thought
cat.
it might have been a cat.
All right. All right then. We'll call that scene there. We'll say you guys can go back and actually roleplay in the tent if you wanted to. But in the meantime, let's go do a joust. Let's go back to Bela, and let's use this one that Catnug chose.
Also, as I come back to the tent, I want to give Bela like a nightly greeting, since we're both in this together.
Yeah. Well
The
fought, brother.
forearm grasp on horse.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you two want to roleplay for a minute, or was that it?
Well, we did it. It's done.
Yeah, that's it. Just
All right.
sibling
I
respect. of
actually
others.
don't like talking to Erica at all, so
Rude.
Oh.
oh no, I feel so bad.
Hold up the pork. Make him guilty.
It's okay. I'll just channel all of my inner rage and anger into this joust. It's the only thing that
Alright.
matters. It's all I have left.
The
Get him
victim.
next. Bribe the Master of Lists. Get him next joust and destroy him.
The Master of List isn't doing any favors for House Nymerian after this.
Someone made a whole seed.
So
Yeah, but that was Adam. Bela's not.
And here I am, just desperately want to talk to Erica, but someone made a scene, so we can't do it.
Oh my gosh.
number 1, as per Catnug, Bela is facing Lord Andros Brax, who is a gentleman with a very neat white hair and beard, and the head of his house with a purple unicorn on a white field, and he's got white enamel on his armor, chased here and there in silver. So yeah, looking pretty sharp, but also looking, a little over double your age, and maybe not super happy at having drawn the Bela straw. So let's get those dice out. What stance are we going with?
The Bela standard aggressive stance.
Okay.
Who is it drawn again?
It is
Rex.
yeah.
Oh.
Lord Ambrose Brax, or would you say Sir Ambrose?
Lord Andros Brax.
Andros.
And Droth.
Gross.
Andros means man. This is the fight man v woman.
Okay.
Hmm.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh. I'm leaving room for improvement.
He rolled 5 2s.
Okay.
Like,
Holy
like
moly!
these dice,
Typical man.
of the last 11 dice that I have rolled, 8 of them have been 2s.
Listen,
Like,
I know we don't roll this
fuck?
bad,
You-
but
You can keep using those dice. I'm okay with
I
Right.
it.
love these dice. They're
Like,
the best.
damn. Uh,
We need to go fight the mountain before he gets good dice.
Yes. Or before he even
so-
gets average dice.
right?
Mm,
So that is a failure. His lance does clip your shield and break. It's not a critical failure where you completely just look like a dork. But like fuck, this is not a good roll. And what is Bela looking at?
A 17.
All right, 17 against him. Since he is looking at 12. Are you fucking kidding me? Half of those dice came up to on all of the dice that I just rolled for this fucking guy, which is 3, 7. Of the 12 dice that I've rolled in these 2 rolls for him, they all came up 4s or 2s. Like in these 2 rolls, it's like
that's pretty good.
what? Like this is just weird. So all right, in your first hit, he manages to stay in the saddle long enough to break his lance on your shield, and then he just falls from the saddle after your strike. Yeah, this fuck is just his dice are not with him. And this was after you guys rode with the Braxes part of the way down here to Lannisport. Like he was a nice guy to use them.
Yeah.
Because their holdings are to the north, so they actually travel with you guys part of the way, and then you were just like, "Your time is up, old man."
I guess you can get the yips in jousting as
Yeah.
well as other sports.
I like your son, Sir Titus. It's time to make him Lord. I'm gonna kill you. So yeah, he just gets beat, and maybe it was a hesitancy to attack a woman in kind of a chivalrous way. Maybe it was just that he's kind of old and tired, and he did have to joust a couple times already.
I mean, big mood, to be honest.
But yeah, it is just a clean and easy victory for the Lady Bela.
Yay!
I would say your dice were acting a bit odd, but that would be incorrect. They're quite even on those rolls.
Yeah, it was just, we'll go with bizarre instead of odd, let's say. All right, somebody besides Catnug, give me a number from 1 to 39. Number 13.
Well, not
Right.
one anymore.
Catnug still tries to get it in.
Yeah. So we're gonna go with Erica 13. So the next opponent to face Sir Lucaris is Lord Antario Jast, whose sigil is 3 golden lion heads on black armor. So he used
He's married to Shara Kraykall.
yes.
I'm just pissing the crit calls off.
So he is wed to Lana now, Lannister, and they have some sons. Out of character, I don't think the sons have ever been named. It was just like
Oh, Lana, that's it.
yeah, throwaway thing. Yeah, Lana, not Shira. That's the mom.
Bob and Fred.
So we know they have some sons. But yeah, he's let's go with mid-30s ish. His sons aren't old enough that they are their own characters necessarily. So like, let's go with like the younger age for a lord. So early mid-30s. But yeah, he's definitely using the hack for like the cool looking armor, because anybody that just mixes black and gold is like pretty badass looking, right? So like he looks pretty all right. But he is not a knight of particular renown, not for ill either.
Yeah, I've literally never heard of him.
He's a pretty heckin' minor dude.
And Adam's like, who is this guy? Never heard of him.
I did a deep dive to find 36 some opponents. So like, all right then, we square off. What is your stance?
We're gonna start braced again, and we'll go into it.
Okay. He busts out that.
So many threes. Is a Yahtzee a possibility in this game?
It is not, sadly.
I mean, it is. It just doesn't get you.
So
in.
I hope not, because all
okay.
those twos last time would have done me in.
Yeah, like
Right?
Good news is I roll a lot of dice. I can pick out the good ones.
Nazi! Sorry.
I wish I could 5 dice in this, but I can't.
all right. So what are we looking at?
I've got a 22 minus the 2 for the brace, so 20 altogether.
Okay, that will be 2 degrees of success for him. He got a 16 against you, which is actually pretty good for the dice he had. So his 16 against you, 14. You're just looking for a 9. What are we looking at?
I've got that. I've got a 13.
All right.
Plus a 2, so.
He got a 6 total. That is counting
Uh-oh.
the dice that he dropped.
Uh-oh.
Oh!
Got a 6. So,
Damn!
yeah, it would seem that the fatigue might start to be catching up with the Westerland Knights, as Lord Ontario Jast also falls on the first pass. It's a solid shot.
This is when we flash back to me and Baylor, like, paying Tyrion. No, keep him up all night. It's fine.
1 second, as I take note of.
Yeah, these hot afternoons here in the Westerlands.
Yeah, like
really
it
doing
might
a
just
number
be-
on them.
No, we're having a heat. This is how I feel when they're like, we're having a heat wave. It's like 78. I imagine that's kind of what we're experiencing.
Yeah, well, it's a coastal town, but there's still, especially with some of the lords, you suspect they maybe don't keep up with the martial stuff quite as much as they should, and spend it all day in plate mail, and
With the third victory here, how's the crowd responding? Are they pretty cheerful? Are they?
yeah, nobody's, singing mocking songs about the Dornish or whatever. It's just kind of been more jousting to them. You're not the
Cool.
strange dark horses out of nowhere anymore, and you are less of a phenomenon to them than your sister, because they're like, oh yeah, it's a sir something, right? Like, yeah, it's a knight,
No,
like, you're not,
another dude.
yeah, you're not just some weird quirk that happened to be allowed into the lists, or
Okay, I'm warming up. I'm warming up to the group.
Yeah.
That
So, and they're-
kind of
yeah.
low key joust.
So no like scorn or derision, just the last couple passes, or the rounds that you two have fought, have also just been kind of not something that drew them in real deep, right? Like, they're just like, oh, that was, wow, okay, cool. I guess these Dornish folk know what they're doing. Neat, I guess. All right, place your bets on the next one. So it's been a fairly quick affair for you two in those last few passes.
I guess I will ride back and greet Bela again as I return to the tents. And has Oris rode yet?
I assumed that he was off screen, but I haven't rolled. As a weird note that I'm going to share with the world. The lines of notes that I have for Luke Harris and Bela with their passive ride, and then my list of who they've beaten. Right now, those lists are the exact same character length on my Word document. Like they ended the exact same, and I'm like, that's fucking weird, because
It's different
really
names.
different names and stuff that should not. Wow. So I just thought I'd share that.
The 7 have blessed us today.
Yeah,
You
that-
all right.
Yes.
That weird and completely incidental coincidence with everybody. And it just makes me wonder, like, how many characters is that even possible for? Like, for a combination of 3 characters, they'd be the same number of character lengths. So it's just fucking weird. Now that I'm creeped out, we're just gonna call it today, everybody.
All right, bye.
just kidding. Just kidding. Um, so let's do because again, these can all be kind of mixed up. Let's go ahead and somebody pick me out an opponent. Let's go. 1 to 39. Let's see who Oris goes up against. If you guys want, we'll do the random.
I'm purposely not typing so it can be left to someone.
Yes, I would suggest us on the stream just give it 10-15 seconds to delay before trying to throw in.
It's fine.
Not inherently every time, but just
We'll do. I'll do these 2 back to back from Qatar and Mr. Frost King. Thanks for taking part in chat, Mr. Frost King. It is appreciated. So these are not back to back jousts, but these are back to back as you guys are looking to pay attention. You see Oris cross with Lord Leo Lefford, the Lord of Golden Tooth, which is a house renowned for their wealth in the Westerlands. And you're like, man, this is really pretty good luck for Oris. There's a lot of gold in that armor, and he just has a very Lord Leo just has a very sour expression on his face. You're not sure if that's always the case, or if it's just getting matched against a hedge knight that has him looking that way. But yeah, he just
He looks clenched.
he doesn't look happy about the matchup. And sure enough, on the first pass, Oris neatly unhorses him, and then doesn't engage much by way of pleasantries and the like. He stops to see if Lord Leo stands and salutes him or whatever. And when he doesn't, Oris just turns and rides off. He's like, all right, like I'm not going to offer an insult, but I'm not going to offer chivalry where none is being offered. So that one was, Lord Leo is not a terribly impressive character. And then with our 18 from Mr. Frost King, it's a Lorch, but it's not the Lorch. It's his younger cousin, Sir Laurent Lorch, who is also not a knight of much renown or repute, but he's not Amory Lorch, so we'll do him the honor of saying it takes 2 passes. So yeah, 2 pretty one-sided affairs for Oris, but it's 2 knights of not much reputation in the tourney circuit. You get the feeling they would have been one-sided affairs against either of you also, is the impression you're left with after the joust. Neither of them are knights of quality, is the look you get. Are there any other knights that you guys are wanting to keep an eye out for?
Yes.
Here in the joust?
Obviously.
Like whom?
The Strongboar, obviously.
Oh,
He's hard to miss.
the mountain that rides.
You guys want to see who he pairs up against?
As long as it's not me, I don't really care.
All right. Give me a number from 1 to 42, chat,
Why is the number got bigger?
Yeah.
because there are player characters on this list.
Oh. 42.
No.
Is the
The numbers
What
are
if we don't
not.
give you any numbers?
Me being afraid that we just handed us to the back end of the list.
She's like, wait, no.
I realized too late as I said it that might be the case a little fuck.
What have you done?
All right, so the mountain is up against Sir Peter Plum, the second-born son of Lord Philip Plum. He is a fairly big fellow. He's got this like thick neck, and they're a little bit portly. Most of the Plum lads, like they're not like who's Boros Blunt, who there's often a tendency in George R. R. Martin's work for fat people to be evil because it's a sign of like eating more than their fair share or whatever.
Is that
But
better?
like yeah, but these guys are stout, right?
George
There's a
knows his
difference
people
there.
so well.
But they, yeah, so they're not small people. They're kind of burly, stout, and just all around big, but a little round faced type of thing. Sir Peter Plum falls in the second pass, um, and the mountain just keeps riding, and he doesn't like stop. He just might not have noticed that Sir Peter was there on the second pass. He just kind of rode over him and then trotted away slowly. So pretty one-sided affair for the mountain that rides. Who is up next that you guys want to see how they do?
I am genuinely concerned. Am genuinely curious about the Strongbow who he's up against.
All right, chat, lay it on me. Give me a number. What do we got? Wait, not a number for chat.
I will
There's always a
begin to
little bit of
type.
lag. There we go.
Too late.
Okay. The matchup for the Strongbow is against Sir Oris the Aurochs.
Ah,
Ooh.
So this one's actually gonna get diced out. This isn't either of them against just another knight, where it's gonna be kind of a given. Players, who wants to roll for Oris? Who wants to roll for the Strongbow? I'll let Robert choose first if he would like either, since the match is kind of his fault. Because he's the one that was like, oh, I see who the Strongbow plays against.
This Robert,
This Robert.
I would like to roll for the Strongbow.
Okay. You got something ready to scribble some notes down?
I can. Give me 1 sec.
Okay. All right, I can just put them in chat.
That's what Notepad is for.
Sure.
This specifically, and only this.
this.
All right, all good.
Here, I'll put him in here. This is not his full modified stat line. He does also have some athletics and endurance that are different than your average knights. But I just tossed it in chat just so everybody from home can see. This is the kind of go-to for a knight of quality in the book. They have kind of 4 tiers of knight in the NPC section that I mostly use and stick with. There's knights, hedge knights, knight of quality, and knight of the King's Guard. All of them really, really lowball animal handling in my experience, which again makes me wonder how the playtesting went with certain parts of this game. We've been running into that a lot lately with vehicle rules in a lot of games, and I feel like it's the case here as well. But there we go. That is what you will be rolling
Okay.
for the Strongbow. And give me a second as I pull up Oris's sheet. Who would like to roll for Oris? Because you know what? I'm just going to fucking outsource all this work. I don't want to do it.
Not it.
All
I
right,
don't-
that leaves Erica or Felicia.
I don't mind. I've been doing a lot of rolling today.
Okay.
So
All right. So proxy
Unless-
war, Erica.
unless Reyna would like to roll. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you babe.
I don't know if I have enough dice.
Here you go.
I do. Okay.
Let's go.
We actually have the same number of dice rolling on the attack. He just gets to keep like a lot more than I do.
And then, don't forget, Oris also has Blood of the Andals. He can re-roll 1 die on any fighting test.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that's one of the secrets to being the 100 Slayer, is that you get to dodge some of that bad luck a little bit.
All right. And how many destiny points does the Strongbow have? 8 or 9? Was it 10 maybe?
The Strongbow has 3. Oris has 1, and the Cursed Flaw. So if you want to use it, roll a d6, and on a roll of 1, it is lost to no effect.
I just imagine a Strongbow pull it up on his horse. Whoa, ho, ho. They found me a worthy challenger.
Yeah, probably a little bit of that going on. They're
He's
both.
Well, now they
drinking
get-
as he lines up.
Now that this is them finally getting a rematch for that arm wrestling contest.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he has more than my arm this time, boy.
And now, if you ask the Strongbow, the rematch was the pepper eating contest that he won because Oris left in the middle of it because some shit was going down back at the feast. But yeah, they have so far arm wrestled where Oris won, pepper eating contest where the Strongbow won, and now they're gonna joust.
This is the
So-
ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny here.
Right.
Who is
Yeah.
deadliest?
Finally,
So,
get in this feud once and for all.
let's declare stances and go. What are we looking at for the Strongbow?
I'm hesitant to say he'd use eyes fixed, so I'm just gonna go aggressive.
Yeah, the thing with Eyes Fix, we've mostly just not been using it because we've been largely ignoring the damage, like for the most part.
Yeah, the only time I used it was when Luke was like pissed off.
And using it against Oris would be a mistake. Actually, either of these two, because if I looked, they would probably both should be doing damage to people in a joust. We've just mostly been going, all right, if someone's got decent armor, we pretend tourney lances do nothing. But so we're looking at aggressive then.
I'm gonna go aggressive to lower his passive animal handling. I'm gonna go aggressive +2.
Neutral.
Alrighty.
Neutral
Yeah.
for Oris.
Which is never.
That sounds very
terrible plan.
Orisian.
I also rolled first, so I don't want to like.
Cheat.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, here's mine. Oh, Strongbow, what have I done to you?
Oh no.
I have a 23, so
I love
nothing
y'all's
wild.
reactions. You crack me up.
Yeah. 18 pacified.
I think Strongbow is gonna spend one of his destiny points to keep a dice because he's rolling a lot of 4s.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I like roll and keep systems, but they train you differently with your like gut check when you first roll dice.
Yeah.
Because like normally, you're slinging a fireball or whatever, like a bunch of 4s, you're like, yeah, that's a lot of pips,
Mhm.
or playing some champions. But here you're like, listen, what I want is pip disparity. I want
Right.
Jeff.
I'm okay
Jeff
with
Bezos
one, so I'm gonna
pips,
get rid of him.
and then so it's interesting to me. So all right, what is Oris's total?
23.
A 23. That is going to be 2 degrees of success against the Strongbow. What is the Strongbow's total?
The Strongbow is 26.
Okay. How many destiny points did you spend?
Just the one to keep it an extra
Okay.
4.
Okay.
But he's got the +2 from the stance, so that's
Gotcha.
the part.
Yeah, just you made it sound like you had like all 4s, and I'm like, did you just keep like 6 dice? What the fuck? I got you.
He had 1 6, 2 5s, and a shit ton of
Okay.
4s. So.
All right. You had only mentioned the 4s. That's what threw me off. I'm like, did he just spend all his destiny points? Like, fuck it, let's do this.
All the
Dude,
Fuck.
we're going for this.
All right.
Those peppers are mine.
So, you are both looking for 12s to stay in the saddle.
Okay, I think this is where Wars really has him. Is the
12 on my dice.
all right? Ooh, I think the Strongbow may lose it here. He's got a bunch of shitty dice. We're gonna do. He's got an 11.
Oh.
I don't know if he would spend a destiny point to keep the 2 to stay in the saddle or not. Rusty, what do you think?
Let's.
I think
Try to
he
think
would
of-
because it's the first pass.
Right, that's my thought. Is like first
I-
pass.
I agree. I just wanted to make sure everyone else kind of thought I was thinking the
Yeah.
same thing.
He's
Okay.
a proud guy, and he'd want to at least do one
Yeah.
pass.
Like I think because it's the first pass, he would destiny point that to.
That makes sense. Okay,
keep
he will do it to get to 13 to stay in the saddle.
All right.
All right. So second pass.
I'm sure
and
he
these,
is just completely flustered for how hard he got hit. And
and yeah, these lances are fucked. Like just they're toothpicks flying everywhere. Because this is two of the biggest dudes, not just at the tourney, but like in Westeros, right? I mean, you toss in King Robert and the Mountain, and that's about it. That are all around larger than these two.
his laughter will echo
and-
as he rounds back for the pass. And he's looking at his armor,
Is
which
that-
is like marked up.
Is that how you laugh, Robert? Are you okay? Like that was,
I have a condition. That's how
I got you.
I learned to laugh with therapy.
I understand.
Thank you for bringing it up.
No
So
problem.
that's how Lyle Crick Hall laughs when he's trying to not get a hernia or something.
Which is fair.
He's like,
Now you just
That noise is so funny.
now you just sound like a really bad mall Santa that
Yeah.
should not
I mean,
have that.
If I could describe the strong boar in 3 words, it would be really bad mall. And then I get Santa for free. So 4.
Okay. Okay.
Oh my god.
So
And what do you want for Christmas? 7, bless you, child.
Yeah.
But you'll get a joust instead.
just hits them. They just.
Wrong.
So stances for the second pass. Is the strong boar staying on aggressive?
Even though it makes sense to shore up his animal handling, he's going to stay on aggressive. Yeah.
Okay.
I hit him hard enough.
Neutral again for Oris. He felt secure enough.
All right. Let's roll him. And note then that the strong boar's passive ride is a 13, not a 15.
Oh, strong boar. I'm sorry. I had a very similar roll last time.
If he survives this round, maybe we hand it off to Felicia. Just like,
Be a good call.
like- all right. We've got totals ready.
Yeah, strong boar's got a 20 with his bonus from aggressive.
All right.
21 for Oris.
Oh.
All right. So that is 2 degrees. So we need a 12 from the strong boar, and we need a 9 from Oris to stay in the saddle.
All right. Strong boar's not going to get it. That's 4 2s.
Oh.
A 3 to 5. So at best, we're going to get a 10.
He'd get the 12 with another destiny point. Let's leave it to Catnug. Catnug, does the strong boar spend a destiny point to stubbornly stay in the saddle instead of losing to that bastard whelp? Or does he accept the fact that he's getting hit by an avalanche over and over?
All right, he's in.
Strong boar stays in the saddle.
He will
So once
brave the
again,
avalanche.
yeah, once again, just lances are absolutely destroyed as the atom is smashed repeatedly. Not our atom, just I meant like ATOM. And they are just destroying these lances, these thunderous clashes midfield that leave the strongboard kind of shaking his head because like he's used to being the bigger guy. And he's just remember when Batman's like, "Oh, so that's what that feels like." Right? Like that's guy with the strongboard's like shit, like no wonder my brothers must feel like this all the time.
The whelp must have been born in this saddle.
All right then. Third passes. Are we going same stances?
Same. We're sticking to it.
All right.
Even
Yeah,
though it has
same.
been his weakest both times.
No shenanigans. Great dice.
No shenanigans. I got 6s in this one. Okay, 24 altogether.
I have a 28.
Ooh.
Oh, almost hit him. Just- so that's
Kia
uh,
dodges on the
degrees.
horse.
So Oris needs a 12. The strong board 13, 18, 23. That is the strong board needs an 18. So
He can get it. He can keep 3 dice on
right,
this.
yeah. So if they all come up 6s,
I still have a destiny point to assign. I'm open
Just
to
let,
bribery.
just let him die, Adam. Okay, I don't see any 6s, which is a bad sign for someone who needs all
All right.
6s.
So did Oris make his 12?
He did. 13.
All right. And the strong boar looking
In
at
a lot of ways, the strong board rolled pretty good. He got a 10.
but not in the way that he needed, unfortunately. All right, then. On the third pass, the strong boar reels from the saddle after taking a third hit that almost makes his horse miss a step. As these two are clashing, like I said, it's Oris's damage with a tourney lance. His base damage is 12. Like
God.
he's one where it should, like I said, the damage should be adding up on people. We're just kind of ignoring it. And with the strong boar, it's a 9. I want to say like these two are
Heavy hitters.
they're talky boys. Yeah, there we go though. On the third pass, the strong boar is sent reeling from the saddle.
He's gonna lay in the mud for a while. It's comfortable there. It's cool.
Or Oris will go
He's a
help him
bull.
up.
Boars like mud.
Oris knows that he is one of 2 people here that could help the strong boar up, so he will do so, and they will, clap each other on the arm, and then head on back to their respective things, and everybody is just like, wow. Like, I can't wait for one of these fuckers to run against Clegane. Like, wow. Like, the crowd's getting a little bit hyped here.
Yeah.
This is getting, old school WWF Andre the Giant type of shit where you're just like, oh, this is going to be great.
I pretty much like figured like once I knew they were both here, I'm like they're definitely gonna like joust against each other.
Yeah.
They are. What's this?
Or face off in the melee, or both.
What's this? They're challenging Clegane to a Hell in a Cell match?
Yeah. So they, and the other thing is that, the strong boar is one of the Westerland knights that's kind of known in the Westerlands, right? Like, this is where he's from. So, like, people have the strong boar as a, kind of a marker of what a badass knight should be. And they're like, damn, all right. So, a pretty solid back and forth. But in the end, the training of Willem Derry, Master-at-Arms of the Red Keep, seems to win the day. All right. Let's see. Who else are people interested in watching? Any other particular jousts that anyone is interested in?
I mean, I want to see if my favor works.
Okay. Ash and only Ash. Give me a number.
Oh, better make a good one. Has 8 been picked yet?
Yes, that was Merlin Crakehall.
Oh, right, okay. 1. Oh, no, wait, 1's been picked. 2.
Yep. Okay. Then Sir Lynn Corbray faces off against Sir Titos Brax, the heir to House Brax. He has a unicorn head, purple unicorn head on a gray field and cloth of silver, and is pretty dashing and stuff, and he's an honorable enough fellow.
I would like to give my unassigned destiny point to Sir Lynn.
Okay. Um, done and done. And give me a second. Let's just see how many passes we're looking at here.
So, like, favors don't have mechanical weight. So this is the best I can do.
Yeah, I mean, it works.
Although it's going to be embarrassing if he loses, and it's going to be like, your favor ain't shit.
All right. So there's that. There's that. Both of them had a decent number of 5s. But yikes. All right.
Oh, I don't like yikes.
He just also had the animal handling rolls that I made later. One set of dice came up 6, 5, 5, 5, 4, 3, and the other came up 4, 1, 1. So, yes, on the first pass, Sir Lynn Corbray handily beats the gallant Sir Titos Brax with a single poke of his lance. He sends his opponent crashing from the saddle. And then,
Yeah, I think Adam will try to mask his pleasure at that, but probably not before
Okay.
someone has seen it.
yeah, go ahead and give me a bluff check then, because you're in a room full of people that are very socially canny,
Mm.
or rather, in a pavilion tent full of people
And
that are
yeah,
rather.
and I'm just very
So-
up for, like, oh, where's my fucking character sheet? Oh, there it is. Right, I have too many things open at once.
That's a problem.
I'm pretty sure I don't have bluff. I have cunning. Is it? Is it? Oh no, wait. Is it deception it comes off of?
Yeah, deception.
I've
Like,
got
there's
to
one,
give it
there's one downside from every RPG actually using like the same 6 words, but always needing to just find like, no, it's deception, not bluff,
Yeah.
and it's
Yeah.
endurance, not constitution. Yeah, so
Yeah.
um,
Deception is the closest thing Adam has to a dump stat. So,
yeah, but
yeah.
bluff is the specialty under deception. I
she
think
does
that
not. She
that's
also does not have.
I think that's gonna have to be it.
Yeah, Adam has 8. So yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So you try to kind of hide your excitement and look cool. With
But Adam has no
a-
tail. We know this.
yeah. So the easy way to do that is that anybody with a perception of 2, you have met the difficulty and they didn't notice anything. But a perception of 3 or more, in theory, you're looking for a 12 to heckin' bamboozle. So, noted. All right then.
Including by your sister.
That's fine.
Yeah, your sister
Well,
has a much
I mean-
higher.
I mean, Adam is trying to like be cool, but I, the player, I am very much for people noticing this.
Right.
Nobody's called me out for days. It's amazing.
Doc.
All right, chat as well. Are there any other joust opponents? Or actually, we'll do a second Lynn Corbray. I'll open this one up to chat. To give me a number though. So we'll go ahead and do a second one for Sir Lynn real quick. And then think if there's anyone else you want to keep an eye on. For instance, you guys haven't been going out of your way to watch Sir Davin Lannister, apparently. Since I asked 800 times, and you're like, nah, whatever. Don't care.
Oh, wait,
We
you
got
know
a.
what?
I thought he was a squire, so he wasn't going to be in the joust.
No,
I stand
Davin,
by my disinterest.
yeah, Davin is a knight. All right, the 13 we already used, Mr. Frost King, so we're gonna go with Bad Nugs.
Why are we looking? Hold on. Why are we looking at him as a? All right. Have I misunderstood that he's
All
not?
right. Sir Davin Lannister was the one that they were looking to marry to Aunt Elia.
Ah, okay. No worries. I misunderstood. Sorry. I got
Yeah,
my
he-
Lancers mixed up.
Yeah, Martin Lannister is the would-be squire, the
That's
younger of the twins. Yeah.
Yeah, the little one.
So we're gonna go with Bad Nugs 29 just because we already used 13 and I haven't re-scrambled the numbers yet. Lord Garrison Prester of Feast Fires. Lynn Corbray is up against somebody with an ox as their sigil. And
What, sorry?
it's Sir. I just fucking lost. Lord
No,
Garrison.
not the name, the sigil. You broke up for a moment when you were saying.
An ox, a red ox on a black and white field. So both of these knights, as they line up against each other, are in black, white, and red as their chief colors. There seems to be some little scrap of something tucked into Lynn Corbray's gauntlet that might break the color scheme. It's probably some panties from some chick.
I knew it.
It wouldn't break it up that much because it was red, gold, and silver black.
I described it as very
you,
small, and you know.
I don't know how you know what it is, but
Yeah, very curious.
I mean, if it is what I think it is.
It is, yes. I'm gonna got something else. Like, yeah, that's yeah, again, let's just see how long this takes. Let's see if it'll be another one and done first pass. Fuck me, yes. All right. He is dropping a 5, right? So like,
Whoa.
yeah, he kept very good dice. And Lord Garrison is not, so let's just skip to his animal handle. Jesus Christ. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So yes, on the first pass, Lord Garrison Prester is knocked from the saddle. And as with the first one, Sir Lynn pauses just long enough that nobody can say he did not stop and acknowledge his foe, right? Like he just kind of stops and like looks a little over his shoulder and then rides on, right? Just enough to say, what?
Barest fucking minimum.
Right? Like what? I stopped. Go ahead, take offense. Let's fight, right? So he just does just that a little bit. So all right, that's a couple from what looked like everybody you're paying attention to.
I'm so proud of
Anyone else? Any particular interest in continuing joust shenanigans?
Yeah, I mean, I am curious about how Sir Davin conducts
Behaves
himself.
All right, Mr. Frost King and only Mr. Frost King, give me a number. Mr. Frost King keeps coming in like second or spitting out a number we've already used. So let's let him go and make sure he gets something. Let's see who Davin Lannister will ride against. I'm using the 35.
I do love the other suggestions, though, I must say.
Yeah, no King Robert, no Stannis, no Mystery Knight on this one.
I had one this time.
But I did shuffle the numbers since last time. So, Sir Davin Lannister is paired up against Sir Stafford Lannister,
Oh,
his father. That's why the 35 kind of made me laugh a little bit. And they trot out midfield and have a brief conversation, and you can't hear it because they're talking fairly close to each other. They've got visors up, but you still can't really see their faces
Stafford's
super
like,
clearly.
I'm gonna fuck your mom.
And then Davin's like, not as good as I do. That classic, the timeless comeback.
Classic Lannister stuff.
Was that not what you guys said in the schoolyard back in the day? So Sir Stafford seems to be telling Davin not to do something, and then Davin is going, yeah. And then Sir Stafford throws down his lance in irritation as Davin just lowers his lance point and concedes.
Aww.
And raises his voice a bit as his uncle, Kevin Lannister, stands up to announce the victor. And Davin kind of cuts us off and says, I must apologize, Uncle Kevin, for ignoring the commands of my knightly father who ordered me tilt against him. But regardless how slender the chance may be, I will do nothing that might make me the knight of Lannister that much sooner. So he just doesn't, he's cracking a joke about being the heir and not wanting to accidentally hurt his dad, yada, yada, yada.
Okay, that's one hit points.
And again, he wouldn't actually inherit anything because it's just, but that's where he's angling for is like, nope, accidents happen at tourneys. I'm not going to ride full tilt against my dad.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and the thing is, this isn't like an elimination bracket type of thing. It loses him points in the abstract, at the end of the tilt. And his dad also gets full points because the assumption, if an opponent concedes, is that they do so out of fear. So he might also be trying to help his dad get his average back up after losing to Bela. The Master of Lists is doing math and whatever. But yeah, Davin just refuses to beat up his dad in front of all these nice people.
Adam leans over to Reyna.
I was about picturing them with their heads together.
Yeah, it's like, well, that's interesting.
Surprising, but nice.
He's definitely gone up in my estimation.
The Lady Miranda, Sir Stafford's wife and Davin's mother, looks supremely pleased with herself, right? They're like, yes, I did good, right? It's like, yes, quite right.
My lady, your son is so gallant.
And that gets a chuckle from Lady Jenna, and she says, "Well, that's how we raise them." And she glances in the direction of Casterly Rock, right? Which isn't here. It's off the, but she's pointedly thinking about her brother. And she goes, "Lords of the Westerlands take it ill when their sons embarrass them." She says, not quite naming any names.
I've got an idea of who she's thinking of there. Yeah. Yes.
So the Lady Miranda nods to you gratefully. Like, thank you for acknowledging how awesome my son is. Type of nod, still looking pleased with herself, but she's like, yes, it's nice of you to notice, right? It's that sort of thing, because this is how the women score points against each other, right? This is what they have to brag on. So, all right, that was what Mr. Frost King's 35 hath wrought, was getting us that father-son
not showdown.
Back and forth, yeah.
I'm glad I decided to set that one out betting wise of like, let's just see how it plays out.
Yeah.
Like, if it really came down to it, I'd have probably bet on Sir Davin and lost.
Yeah, and he was definitely the favorite in that match, and not just because he's younger. He's just made more of a name for himself than his father did at this age, right? Like he's just he's just better at this. So the crowd, is clearly cheering Sir Davin as despite Sir Stafford being the winner, they're clearly cheering for Davin as the two knights are leaving the field, and Sir Kevin up at the podium looks pleased with what his kin have done, his cousin and his nephew, I suppose.
I'm sorry, guys, but Robert's like spamming us over in our Discord channel with Fast and Furious memes.
I didn't do anything
about family.
There's always food for family.
It's just because The same thing already happened on Wednesday in the Cyberpunk game. I feel like I'm drowning in family memes.
I mean,
It is true.
It's-
These two Lannisters dueled, jousted in Cyberpunk, and they did the same thing.
yeah, it happened.
No.
It also messed with that game on Wednesdays. Yes, Sir Vin of House Diesel, uh,
The Fast and the
Who's-
Furious infect everything.
whose house words are a quarter mile at a time.
Oh god.
Famous
Oh my
for
God.
Actually, a popular saying that their house words are, "I don't have friends, I got family."
I am literally opening the Word file where I keep all my notes for the Fast and Furious AU stuff. It's going in there because that was brilliant.
Is Vin Diesel going to show up in the Fast and the Furious AU fanfic? Because that's pretty meta.
No, the house words a quarter mile at a time. That's just freaking perfect.
Well, 'cause I feel like now he should.
yeah, like I kind of have to now.
Yeah, kind of.
So, a long day of jousting, but with some good matchups, some lopsided matchups, a little bit of everything. And we will wrap the joust there. And let us retire for the evening back to the common room of your inn, unless anyone has any other conversating that they are looking to do. Did Reyna and Adam want to talk to the ladies some more, or send Gwyneth Ironwood or Joy or somebody to go fetch Lucaris and Bela to come take part and role play with the ladies, or
They
are
don't
we
want
just
none of
kind of
that.
yeah? And that doesn't mean you don't want to do it. It just depends. You know.
I mean, like Adam would make conversation the whole time anyway. Like
Right. I mean, there would be,
not
small
like-
talk.
Yeah, light
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah,
I like
probably
being
not about
fetched
anything
to
of great.
stuff.
Yeah, probably not anything of great consequence, but he
Okay.
he would have been chatting away to them. To be
Well, I
polite.
was talking him up when I was in here that day before, so.
Oh
I
shit.
like being fetched.
I mean, like if Adam finds out you've been doing that, he's gonna be like, oh, what?
Yeah, and they would have mentioned it with their initial pleasantries of, oh, Lady Reyna, he's even more handsome than you warned us about. Titter, 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 titter.
Blush.
And,
Oh, my sister's too kind.
yeah, and young Lady Jane and Elena Westerling are both fanning themselves and hiding blushes behind fans.
Girls,
so
gang,
there's
girls.
some flirting. But yeah, nothing of
I see why they want to keep this all to themselves.
particular note.
Right? Got all these girls.
Yeah.
But,
Well, I think then like Adam would at least like send someone to like extend an invitation to Bela and Luke to say that they are welcome to join us if they wish. But
Who are you
not-
sending?
Who did you say?
Gwyneth Ironwood and Joy Hill are both kind of just standing around as, handmaiden type of thing. So like you could send either of them.
Yeah, let's I mean like Gwyneth is kind of like ostensibly sort of under our wing, so we've got more authority to send her.
Yeah.
So, but I won't like send her, I will ask her nicely.
Sure.
Rather than being like, go fetch them.
Yeah.
Be like,
So,
could you go and find Luke and Bela and ask if they want to join us?
she gives a curtsy and a small smile, like, I'll tell them about the good cheeses they have, and takes off.
that's actually not a bad plan.
Tell them about the good cheese and the good wine.
They were going to keep the cheeses to themselves. That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, it's fine if they say no, but do tell them about the good cheese and the good wine.
So yeah, off she goes, and she's, even for her age, she's kind of small and scrawny. She's growing a little because that's what you do from 12 to 13. She's gotten a little taller. She could be described as cultish by this point, where just her arms and legs look a little too long, right? Like she's starting to grow into it, but she's still very skinny. And here she is definitely standing apart with her, dark brown eyes and her brown hair. and most of House Ironwood was blue-eyed blondes, just like the Lannisters, which might also be part of why she is kind of used to it here. Like, uh, but yeah, so she darts off, and the ladies all give a bit of an approving smile at, you know, the cleverness to think to entice them with our delicious, snacks, and not only our delicious company, and the speed that she takes off with, and Jenna just kind of exchanges looks with Dorn, and they're like, yes, she does seem like a good girl, and then as they kind of turn back to chat a little bit more, and we will have Bela and Luke can show up in a few minutes. The lady Darlessa is just like, oh yes, no, she seems a fine girl, and her brown hair, it's so rich and earthy. It's just all of us being so blonde. It's nice to have a change of pace, she says, looking like a little bit off to one side, while Sabella Spicer of House Westerling and her brown and chestnut-haired daughters are sitting over here, like just talking like they're not here, or like their brown is wrong brown, right? Which is that's what. But she's just complimenting Gwyneth, but in a kind of backhanded way at the Westerlings and stuff that are sitting right
And who was that? Dorna? Or
here.
Darla?
Darlessa Marbrand.
Yeah, Darlis is the one that seems to be like the snottiest of them.
Yeah, and well, her son, as she's mentioned 3 times now, is squiring for the king himself in
I
King's Landing.
complimented him yesterday.
Yeah, but only the one time.
Oh,
but yeah.
Lord.
So lots of times that that people are talking about sons, she brings that up, and
I
right,
mentioned.
just and partially it's. As a widow, she doesn't have a husband to brag about anymore, right? So like she's putting an awful lot on the son,
I
That's
saw
sad
Adam are just waiting for her to say it like one more time so he can fucking say something. He's like, don't try not to be like catty at them. You're trying
That's
to
how
be
the
polite.
Great War begins. Is
Oh,
Adam.
hey, you're so fast.
Yeah, he's not going to start shit or anything, but like if she brings it up one too many times, he's going to be like, oh really, you like, I hadn't heard that before, or like it's going to be like that at low level, but still like it is probably getting to him after like the 20th time.
Yes.
I think then like he's like Adam's going to pay a bit more attention to the Westerlings, kind of noticing that they're getting kind of snubbed to their faces, and he's like, that doesn't sit right with him. So like he's not going to like call it out or anything, but he's going to like compliment them and ask how they're enjoying the tourney and stuff, and just like talk to them.
Okay.
We did invite them to the wedding.
Yeah, those 3.
And I
And
don't
yeah,
remember if you remember from last time, and he didn't mention it this time, but the lady Sabelle, her grandmother was Maggie the Frog.
Yeah, the creepy old lady that gave Cersei the prophecy.
Well, is this you two trying to dissuade me from
No,
talking to
no,
No, I think she was just mentioning the history there.
Okay.
But yeah,
He
I
didn't
I was like,
mention-
shit, am I doing something wrong?
No,
I mean,
he
yeah.
didn't mention it this time, so
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that you were aware of it.
Although we also don't want creepy prophecies, so.
Yeah, the Lady Cybele is quite polite, and her daughters are attractive young ladies. They're both pretty and slender. Jane is the curvier of the two, but she's also got 4 years on her little sister, and her sister is also much shyer, so you don't get much from her except for a yes my lord, no my lord, right, type of thing.
Sure.
And
Sure, I
she
mean,
looks a little longingly at Gwyneth as Gwyneth like runs off to do an errand, because instead you get the feeling that her mom was like, "You're a woman now. You're going to sit here with us instead of running like she just seems
get to
really
leave.
bored, and yeah, she seems just really like bored most of the time, sitting here. but they're both perfectly pleasant.
Yeah. So yeah, like my the general kind of thrust of what I'm trying to achieve there is to like try and make them feel less excluded.
Yeah.
Basically, he's like making a decision to not snub them the way that Lady Darlessa is and treat them like human beings.
Right. Which is, it's not like they set a low bar to clear, but you're definitely just left with the impression that it's an old money versus new money type of thing. It's an Andal blood versus not type of thing. And
Yeah, I'm not expecting to like change anything. Like,
but yeah, but
he's just showing that like he's like
he's
a nice
not
person.
doing it.
He's going to do
He's
that
not.
to them.
Yeah, he's not doing it. Also, yeah.
He didn't want to be just. He didn't want to be. He can't call them out, so he can't really do anything that way. But he can do other things that show that he's not on side with what they're saying.
Yep. So yeah, let's have so Luke and Bela, as you guys are clasping wrists again, clasping wrists again, and striking a pose.
That's what we do all day.
Yeah, Gwyneth comes trotting up to you, and does a quick curtsy.
Lady Gwyneth.
My lady, my lord. Your sister and brother, I suppose both of them, yes, have graciously invited you to enjoy the presence of the ladies of House Lannister, and their very fine cheeses, crackers, and wines, as the jousts draw to a close for the day.
I'm gonna hop off my horse and see that it's put up. And Lady Gwyneth, will you help me with these clasps on the back of this half plate?
And she ums, and doesn't say yes, doesn't say no, just gives an and then works at it for a second, and yeah, is able to reach and untuck it.
Once I get some of the half plate off, I will nod to her, pick up some wine, and head that way.
Bela?
Yeah, I'll also go. Figuring I had already taken off my armor from jousting before Luke.
Yeah, once you know you're done for the day, you can strip down to more comfortable stuff. But all right, so a couple minutes later, Gwyneth Ironwood shows up with a bunch of free armor and 2 horses that she found lying around.
You stole them.
Your siblings are nowhere to be seen.
And some say she's on her way to Essos to this day.
It's a little bit but yeah, so she returns with Bela and Luke in tow.
I will introduce my siblings as my charming brother, Luke Harris.
My ladies, forgive me for I'm fresh off the joust.
And then I'll let them ooh and all over him because he's pretty. And
Bela's pretty too.
Bela's pretty also, and my sister, Lady Bela.
And the
married.
the ladies all raise a glass of tea, a cup of tea. I'm just used to describing it in a glass because in the South it's all sweet tea. Anyways, but they raise their tea or nod or that sort of thing. Jane and Elena Westerling, the 2 girls, get up and give curtsies, and then Elena immediately hunkers down behind her fan again, and hides her face. And the Lady Dorna actually beats Jenna to it by just a tick.
Competitive curtsying.
I give my politest bow.
And she gives you both a polite nod, and this is the wife to Sir Kevin Lannister, the host. And she goes, practically Nymeria and Aegon Reborn, and toasts you both, and says, "We were only just talking about."
That's the nicest thing he was ever said to me.
Very highly praised indeed.
I think I'm gonna blush from that because no one ever says nice stuff to me.
She says, we were only just talking about how dreadfully dull it is here, with everyone having the same spun golden hair. Have you any idea how difficult it is for Westerlanders to court one another, with so many of us being Lannisters or from cadet branches? She says with a little bit of a nod towards, like, Miranda, who was a Lefford before she married in. And she's like, we all look the same. But, oh, you two, and you lot, all four of you. So dashing.
Adam and
And-
Rena have been here being very, like, platinum blonde the whole time.
You must invite more Northerners to your tourneys, the ladies.
They chuckle politely. I'm not sure how many of them could compete against knights such as ours, but I hear you travel with one. Uh, the bear something,
The
right?
she-bear. Lady
I
Marmot.
don't expect we'll see her in the tilt, but perhaps I'm certain she's fearsome in the melee.
She's much
She-
more
Really, I would
fearsome
say
in
that is
melee.
formidable, yes.
She
I
is
think we were
indeed.
both agreeing.
She is indeed, and given the fur she wears at Endorans, I suspect that might also be fireproof.
Titter, 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 titter. And let's have Jenna interject with that. Well, speaking of the weather to the south, I hear that a few of my nieces might need to pack, nieces and nephews might need to pack light then. Hmm? And she kind of turns to Reyna, half putting you on the spot, half making it sound like the deal's already been made. You know what I mean? That type of, you know.
I'm gonna look to Reyna and raise an eyebrow.
Raina will smile noncommittally. Well, I'm hoping at least two, and hopefully more. But we have yet to confirm anything.
And they all nod and fan themselves a little bit. And it was very polite.
I'm gonna reach for some of these cheeses so I have an excuse to say
Yes.
anything.
I was promised wine and
There would
cheese.
be cheese.
Look, I was promised wine and cheese. Where's
Yeah.
the wine and cheese?
And Lady Miranda kind of tilts her head up a little bit and glances at Balin. She goes, "Did you see my Davin out there? So
Yes.
respectful of his father.
Yeah, indeed.
It's not quite reproachful, right? Not like you were, bitch, but just kind of like talking up her son a little,
Yeah, it's clear he thinks a great deal of his father.
And then
Quite honorable.
Lady Lana says, "What is the custom in Dorne? If you were to cross lances, do you cross lances? Oh, what a queer turn of phrase. If you were to face your father in a joust, would you fight him, or would you honor him as Davin did, Sir Stafford?"
Well, I think it comes down to individual choice. Some parents and children would want to fight honorably against each other, but some would think that it's greater to show respect, like Sir Davin did, and not. Unfortunately, my father is no longer with us, and so that won't be an opportunity I will have. But I'd like to think that if I had had the chance, we would have been able to test each other's mettle.
Oh, yes, of
On the
course. I'm
field.
sorry. I forgot it's your grandfather that's raised a lot of you, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
To an extent, yes.
Well, the congratulations of House Lannister to him for attaining the title of Blood Royal. No matter how distastefully it needed to be done. And like they all kind of lower their voices and are glancing towards Gwyneth. Gwyneth is talking to Joy Hill over in the corner and didn't seem to hear. So they all
I'm
kind of
gonna
tone it down just a little bit.
I'm gonna keep an eye on her, make sure she's not like.
Eavesdropping?
Yeah, she
She's a bright
absolutely
kid.
seems not to
Well,
have noticed their
more that she doesn't get like upset, not that
Yeah.
she's eavesdropping. Is what I'm gonna look out for, but
doesn't seem to have heard since she just ran an errand. She kind of gets to go to the back of the line of the right. Like in my head, I picture all the kids kind of working up that sort of order. Like, listen, I just went. Like, no, I'm gonna go stand in the, far away. It's your turn. You got to get close. So yeah, she and Joy seem to be comparing needlework back in the corner, um, and
I think
Well,
it's
yes,
clever.
yeah, so she
it was
didn't seem to hear.
it was an unfortunate business, but the Stoneway seems to be prospering now.
Well, indeed, and when a house offers that sort of disobedience and threat and insolence, says the Lady Jenna Lannister, sister to Lord Tywin, says they leave you no other choice, of course.
Hmm.
And that puts it into everybody gets, serious nods type of thing. They can't. You guys were softer on the Ironwoods than they were on the Rains and Tarbecks, right? Like,
Oh yes.
so they're
That's again. That's a very low bar.
yeah. So they're all soundly on your side in this thing. Yeah.
we sure didn't flip the old genocide switch on. So
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, we know Grandfather definitely has that switch somewhere.
So yeah, things kind of get a little somber for a moment.
But now we built.
my ladies, what is this wine? Where does it come from? Changing the subject.
Definitely done there.
I haven't the faintest. And this is Dorna, like the wife of Kevin, the kind of hostess overall. Because honestly, I have no head for such things. I just drink whatever my Kevin buys.
Well, he clearly has good taste.
She says there are some that, of course, we break out for special occasions, but we're not drinking any Nymerian Reds or Arbor Golds here just in the afternoon in the middle of the week. But yes, the cheese is exquisite, and they're all talk up the finger food a little bit.
Yes, thank you. It's all delightful.
Oh, thank you.
I like I like my first taste of Westerlands hospitality.
It has been warm. In a nice way.
And delicious, I say as I grab another cheese.
I kind of feel like that was just moments away from being through a mouthful of cheese. That she's like,
Yeah, that's really good, you guys.
I better swallow this first before I say
Yeah.
something.
Like Bela, speaking with the confidence of someone who could kill every NPC in the room,
Yeah.
unabashedly stuffs her face. Yeah, that's.
If it had been a different crowd of NPCs, I might have spoken with a mouthful of cheese.
Speaking of, do any of these ladies have any kind of guards around?
I mean,
Good point. Let's start murdering people.
literally everyone within earshot. Basically, like there's a couple Lannister pikemen like outside the tent, but they're probably pretty busy watching the jousts.
Now I didn't mention it. I
but-
rode my horse in here, and I have my lance.
Yeah.
No, I was just asking out of curiosity.
Yeah, like I said, there's a pair of, the Lannisters like their pikemen, so there's a pair of Lannister pikemen out front, but, if any of them lifted their voice, there's 36 knights of the Westerlands that would all be fighting to curry the favor of House Lannister by being the
Well,
one
you
that
take
helped out.
24, but 3 is a bit much.
It's Okay. I was just curious because of the mention of how you can kill all the NPCs.
Yeah. Um, and let's see.
Let's try not to. Let's wait till the last day before we do that, so that we're leaving anyway.
So Lady Dorna glances back and forth between Bela and Luke and says, "Well, your elder sister tells me that you're looking for a squire from my Martin. Which of you is it he would serve? Sir Lucaris or Sir Balin Swan?" And she nods towards Bela with that one.
I was thinking Solar Karis.
Actually, right now, if it's the same to you, I was thinking about maybe looking for Squire Ghost Hill.
Oh, yes, of course, from your betrothed people. Well, I suppose that makes sense. She says it a little curtly, because that was a little...
Yeah, it looks
But-
heavy
That
a
was
dick
a little
there.
rude.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yes, right.
Yeah, that's going to definitely get raised eyebrows from Adam of like, oh, you're saying that here, okay. That's a choice, capital C.
And to
He's
be
not-
fair, I
I'm not
also
going to say
have.
anything, just
I wouldn't. I don't know how Sir Balin is set for squires, but I do know that I know that Sir Garrus Drinkwater does not have one.
and she kind of perks up. Yes, I suppose that would be nice also.
I don't think that Sir Balin has a squire at the moment, because I don't remember you ever mentioning it.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Oh, okay. I'll bring that up then. Say, I don't believe my husband has a squire at the moment. I haven't seen him in a few months, but I can't imagine that changed in such a short amount of time.
Well, how does Martin? Is that his name?
Yes.
How do Martin and Joy get along?
Oh, as well as any cousins do at their age. It's been a few years since he pulled on Joy's hair, I believe. Once he began to squire instead of simply page, we reminded him that the Seven were watching him for chivalry, and that it's rude to be mean to girls. But you get the impression it's just childish stuff, not like malice. He's not, but yeah, it's just, but since he began squiring, they also haven't seen quite as much of one another. Joy has been just doing fantastic with her embroidery, and her is it penmanship or pensmanship?
Penman.
Right? Okay. Has gotten quite lovely.
Luke is shoving cheese in his mouth, so he doesn't say anything.
there are a few knights who would be better to squire for. Sir Balin is so gallant and a very fine knight.
And then Lady Darlessa speaks up. Oh, yes, King Robert has spoken well of him to my son Tyrek.
Yes,
And she nods like it's about Balin instead of about her son.
were he unwed, I believe he would be Kingsguard material.
Oh, murmur.
But of course, he's not.
Let's not rush that, shall we?
Well, there's nothing to rush. He's married, so he can't be one.
Well,
He always got married.
unless she dies or gets shipped off to be a silent sister, or whatever.
It was a way of begging him up
Yeah.
without being.
Yeah. Baylor gives you a wry smile as she chokes.
It somewhat over-egged the pudding, but never mind.
I think I think Martin would suit Sir Balin very well, and having he'd be close to like my sister, which means he would be close to Joy, and that would give her a touchstone, if you will, with home.
Oh, archery! you are suddenly cut off by a girlish squeal. Little Elena Westerling, the very shy 13-year-old one, just oh, um,
Archery.
Or do you enjoy archery too?
no, I was just there's a game I play where I sometimes think of ways that people are connected, and I remembered that Sir Balin reminded me of you, Adam, and I was trying to remember why. And one of the ties, of course, is that they both love your lady sister, and the other is that I heard fine archers. And
Very
that
much.
is all. Thank you. I'm
He is
sorry.
quite the
Goodbye
archer.
now.
Oh,
And then
Well,
she
that's
just kind of
actually
like
quite clever.
immediately melts down into her
No,
seat. And,
that's quite all right, and I'm very flattered that my archery's reputation precedes me.
I quite
With
interested in
the
this
ladies
game.
here.
Is there
Sorry?
any other? I'm quite interested in this game. Is there any other connections you think of when you think of people here?
you have two ties to House Tigerian, sir. One, uh, in that House Toland evaded the dragon during the Great Dornish Wars, and two, in that it would seem the sigil on their shield has finally caught itself, um, and she kind of blushes fiercely, looks to her mom, a dragon tail, because that is the sigil of their house, is a dragon biting its own tail, because they made the Targaryens look foolish.
I like this game.
Yeah, but she's like,
Oh, this is quite clever.
and you can see Jane is like, shush, like you're embarrassing us, right? Big sister, classic, like just stop talking, right? But then Elena's like, it's how I remember things. Sometimes the history books are so dreadfully dull, and there are so many names otherwise, and so many cadet houses, and cousins, and marriages, and I just needed some way to keep it all straight in my head, and that's how. Um,
I think that's a very interesting way of remembering things.
God, it's terribly clever.
and you
Oh, yeah.
are left out of character. You are left with the impression that like the Westerling girls work harder on that because again, their grandmother was an associate spice merchant, like so they're clearly trying to learn the like breeding specialty of status by
Right.
making sure that they know all those connections. So it's you know
Which girl is this?
this was Elena, the 13-year-old,
Okay.
the younger Westerling daughter.
Luke's very amused by all this, so
I think she sounds delightful. That was sweet, and I think also just as a neurodivergent person, that has got big neurodivergent vibes. So I'm like, friend.
Yeah.
I love it. I really do.
You guys were sounding kind of settled on who you liked and who you didn't, so I had to make one adorable. Pull out the big guns.
she's okay with me.
Also, you can just make people adorable whenever you want. Wow.
Yeah, no, it's a knack. It's how I've kept Felicia from killing me this long. We're talking about I just 15 years of my puns and touching her butt, and she has yet to kill me in my sleep. It's I know what cards to pull out to be too cute to kill.
Wow.
Um,
And a few of the women go, oh yes, quite clever, yes. And just kind of make polite noises in the general direction. And once any of them glances at her, Elena is like beet red again and trying to dissolve into her couch cushions or whatever. Just like
I can't think of I can't actually think of a connection like this, but mechanically Adam does have the breeding specialty, so would like to kind of join in her little game
play the
quietly.
game, right?
Yeah, actually play the game, but try and tell her an interesting, unusual, weird connection or something. Find her a nice a little interesting gem
Use me as a subject, please.
Yeah, I don't have a strong kind of opinion on like where it should come
Who,
from, but just
who
like he's
you
just
would
gonna
pick?
tell her.
Yeah. And he's got enough education skill along with the status and breeding and stuff. Yeah, he's
Yeah, I guess
able to name a region. Like just in that broad, like would you make it a Westerlander who you suspect they've been drilled in the most? Would you make it a Dornish? What like just in broad strokes, what
okay.
what
I think
realm?
he will tie someone who like he'll tie people who are present, or but someone who's very near to someone who's very far away. So
Okay.
like someone from the Westerlands to someone from Dorne or something like that.
Okay, so but with a tie into the Westerlands, um,
Yeah, it'll go via the Westerlands, but yeah, not necessarily stay in there.
gotcha. Um, I'm trying to think, just out of character, like if I can think of one off the top of my head, and it's mostly, um,
Westerland specific ones aren't springing to mind, but like north of the neck ones to like Dorne, there's a few, but like they're not
yeah,
necessarily impressive.
a lot of them are with the Reach and the Stormlands and stuff. But yeah, you're able to come up with one, and yeah, it's easy
So
enough.
it's kind of like 6 degrees of separation a little bit.
Right? Yeah, I mean, it's just that sort of thing. It
Yeah.
seems to be how she. Um,
Yeah. Yeah, like he's going to try and tell her one that she's maybe not heard. That'll be interesting.
Right. And it could have been. I'm trying to think something in the. It could be tied into like the Blackfire Rebellion, which Lord Tywin and his brothers fought in, which would kind of bring it circled to, because there could have been some Dornish that fought with them at the Stepsons, or something, that would make it a. Here's a tie between our people and yours. That's also praising Tywin and Kevin and
Yeah.
Tyget, and So yeah,
Yes.
like it seems
Yeah,
like there'd be a way to do that.
yeah,
Um,
he definitely wanted to keep it
Complimentary.
complimentary. Yeah.
Not not hey, we fought on different sides of Robert's Rebellion. The end. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this one's easy. Yeah. So yeah, you're able to come up with something like
Yeah,
that.
for the purposes of like fostering goodwill, basically.
Yeah. Um.
And Adam
All
knows very much what it's like to like be yourself in a space where you're not necessarily meant to do that and to be embarrassed.
Yeah. And she still seems pretty mortified at just speaking up in the first place. And you could tell like she was kind of like thinking about it the whole time you guys were talking about Sir Balin, and it just kind of burst out of her. And yeah, so she's clearly still embarrassed, but and of course her sister is trying to make her more so. Like, stop talking, I'll strangle you. But yeah, it's easy enough to kind of recover, um, just fine. So yeah, uh, the Westerlings are drawn a little bit more into the conversational fold. Let's say. So all right. Any other particular plans, or are we just gonna assume that there's appropriate small talk as the day kind of draws to a close?
Yeah, I think I'm good for this gathering.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly chatting and being nice.
I mean, I'm not. I mean, like Adam said, certainly not going to like abruptly leave or anything. But like,
Right. Yeah. I mean. All right. So yeah, everybody's able to politely disentangle themselves, and appropriate pleasantries are exchanged, etc., etc., etc. The lady say, Lady Janice says, "Oh, Lady Reyna, we look forward to your company again tomorrow." With a nod of like, you should be here, like you're you're doing this now. Like this isn't a couple and done. Like you're expected back, right? Just a very matter of fact. I am used to being listened to, not quite Queen of Thorns level, but that same just like now you got to be here, lady. Um,
I'm honored. Thank you. I'll be.
Well, what do we leave him going to say? Well, that went smoothly.
It went.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are
Yes.
you
It
alright?
did. What do you have against Martin?
Hmm?
What do you have against Martin?
Nothing. What do you have against him?
Nothing.
I think our sister is referring to when she mentioned him as a potential squire for you, and you quite bluntly rebuffed it.
Oh,
from-
I was.
in front of his family. They were a little taken aback by that.
Well, I was one of two people suggested, and I was just thinking of something else.
That you.
It's just that the time and place and the way you chose to say it could have been perceived potentially as snubbing them.
Oh, well, that's not my intent.
Mhm.
I mean, intent is one thing, impact is another. It might require clarifying. I'm not sure how offended they were, but
It's fine. I think at this point we just leave it where it is. But
Well, I did not mean to offend them, but
Well, I mean, I was gonna say nobody means to offend anyone, but that's basically not true.
I remember a kindly get fucked comment.
I mean, I mean,
Indeed.
from where I'm standing, that turned out quite well for me.
you're not standing.
I just kind of had my fill of Lannister and Lannister affiliated people this week.
well,
Oh,
you're
I mean,
in Shit Creek then, because we're here for several more days.
And they'll all be a joy, I'm sure.
that sounded like it lacked conviction there. I mean, is there? Do you have a particular problem with particular Lannisters?
Some of them are definitely no fun.
I mean, that
Well, I
that
mean,
is
they're-
accurate.
I mean, there are people in every house who are no fun, aren't there?
I mean, Tyrion seems okay. But he doesn't seem like to Squire for me anytime soon.
Tyrion's a delight and is, yes, quite unlike the other Lannisters that we've met so far.
I just don't wish to entangle myself further with Lannisters is all.
Fair enough. You could have possibly worded it better, but there's like it's. I don't think you caused enormous offence. They were just. I think they were not expecting that response. But it's totally fair for you to want a square come closer to home.
Absolutely. But, I mean, you weren't the only one who decided to be barbed at certain times. So, while it.
Yes. Wait, hold on. Are we talking about the same person?
Did I say something?
No.
Oh no! It was just
Oh.
Lady Darnessa just kept going on about her son and how great he was and how he's squiring for the king himself, you know.
Oh, yes. Every time. That's her.
Well, like-
that's her claim to fame.
Only one person can say that, right? Like, you
I mean,
got
he's
a
got
milk
three
that.
squires.
Several
Two.
squires.
Yeah, two.
Oh,
But
okay.
But you know, there's. I mean, it's quite. It's all well and good to be proud of that, but when you're shoehorning it into every fucking sentence, well, not every sentence. That's
Well,
perhaps how all
Some
it
people
comes-
have very few things to be proud of.
He is all she has left.
Oh, they're like making me feel, like we start complaining as a group, and then I feel like an asshole.
No, I mean, I like it. I totally get it. But I also try to temper that with the expected.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've only been here for a couple of days now. Imagine how the rest of the ladies in that tent feel.
Yeah, they were quite.
I think they
I mean,
just
not
don't
in a
hear it
bit.
anymore.
And they weren't like overtly unkind to the Westerlings, but they were definitely quietly like making sure they knew that they weren't part of the group.
Lady Bela, this is
Oh.
Gwyneth, who's just kind of following you guys. She's like last in line with you guys. I think that if you could take Martin as a squire, maybe you should. I mean, you and Sir Balin.
Yeah.
It would help
Why?
him a lot.
Before Lady Rhaena showed up there this morning, the other ladies were talking, and Lady Dorna was a little rude to Lady Darlessa when she mentioned that Tyrek is Robert's squire. She reminded her that Lancel is also King Robert's squire. And if you had Lancel's younger brother squiring for Sir Balin, I think that that's the sort of thing that houses could brag about around here. And that soon, Lady Dorna would maybe brag about Martin squiring for Sir Balin. Because he did seem like a fine knight the times that I have met him.
Mm-hmm.
And then she trails off a little bit, looking a little sad, maybe remembering that one of the times, whatever. But yeah, it's just a.
Good girl.
Thank you for that extra information. That's helpful. I'll write a note to my husband and have it sent in a raven this evening.
She rolls her eyes a little and goes, "There are a lot of Lannisters, though. I think I'm starting to figure them all out, but there are so many."
Yeah.
I don't blame that other girl for her little toy, for her little game to keep everybody straight.
Oh, I thought she was quite adorable.
Oh yeah, I thought she was charming, and I'm genuinely interested. I may adopt that technique, actually.
It's very clever.
If they had done that when I was young, I might have stuck with the books a little bit more. Just flat memorization was not what was keeping me going.
Well, I mean, especially when like so many of the Maester's tomes just waffle on for so long about nothing. They spend too much time describing the curtains in their room and not actually talking about anything important.
Lady Gwyneth, thank you for all your help.
She managed a curtsy without missing a step.
She's
Okay.
awesome.
Let's tell it.
Definitely. All right. It is
All right. Yeah, so we will call it. It is 6 o'clock. Had a pretty productive day, though. Lots of jousting, some role playing, some invitations proffered, and all kinds of fun stuff. A couple wagers made. I'm pretty heckin' sure. So it was a pretty productive Sea of Spears Sunday. We look forward to everybody visiting us every couple of weeks. So thank you for hanging out, everybody, especially those of you that were new to the stream this time around. If you are feeling a little lost with our story, please don't forget that they're all available on YouTube, the prior episodes. So if you do search for A Sea of Spears over on YouTube, you will find my channel. And we've got a bajillion prior episodes all available. So you can get caught up just fine. And I hope that we'll see you back here in a couple of weeks. Don't forget also that I am here on the channel every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, playing some PC games. I'm currently playing a bunch of Hades, and I started to mix it up with a little bit of Overwatch because they're doing a special summer event. So come by Monday, Wednesday, Friday, noon Central, and I'll be playing some PC shenanigans. And then we'll be back here in 2 weeks for some more Song of Ice and Fire. So thank you for stopping by, everybody. Thanks for the the subscriptions and the follows, the cheers and the bits and all of that. It is definitely appreciated, everybody. So thanks for hanging out, and we hope we see you back here soon.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.